Hey guys, what's up? Sorry I'm late. Oh gosh, y'all, sorry, my apologies. Now I had to wash my hair. Oh Lord, don't wipe my hair. Do not wipe my hair. Okay, Esther, oh, thank you so much. I love it. Maybe I should go to law school. I just don't feel like studying. I'm tired. Oh, if I didn't have to go to school for it, I would do it. I just want to study. Oh gosh, studying midterms, quizzes, final exams, papers. I'm too grown for that. I'm just too old for that. So, welcome in, you guys. I'm gonna play the video for this for everybody catching the replay. So, there's breaking news, you guys. There is breaking news. People are good. Hey, for me, people are really good. People got the record. Hey, Diana, what's up? People got the arrest record for Austin's father. Okay, so allegedly, it seems as though, it seems like it's him. It seems like the father got arrested for sexual assault. Okay, it seems as though the father got arrested for sexual assault, which then prompted the mother to file for divorce. Now, who did he assault sexually? I don't know, but this is the same man who said it starts at home. So I'm gonna get right into it, so we don't waste too much time, okay? Because let's not waste too much time. Let's go. Okay, and this channel right here, this brother here, his channel is introvert.
Hey, TikTok.
His channel is introvert rockstar. Can't talk. Introvert rockstar. Okay, that's his channel. So make sure you sub to his channel because he's applying pressure. He really is. So let's go.
I told you that when I came back, I would share some information with this platform. So at 4:30, I came on and I shared this.
Oh, no.
No other network has done this.
Of course not.
You've seen it first right here with me. Breaking news. Jeffrey Metcalf. I broke it. I broke it to the internet. Now, if you see it anywhere else, just know where they got it from. They got it from me. Wow. No other news network, no other TikToker, no other creator has this. So, I'm asking you now to share this video to everybody. I want this video on everybody FYP.
Yeah.
You see, the more people that sees this, it creates support for Anthony. Because the narrative needs to be changed. I honestly think in my heart of hearts that those boys wouldn't be the boys they are if it wasn't for this clown.
Yeah, for that one.
That's why I say Anthony needs to be released at his own recognizance, and this clown needs to take his fucking place. Don't like this video. Like it, repost it, and share it.
And before I go all the way in on this video, can y'all do me a favor? Can y'all please go follow this content creator on TikTok because he was the first one with this information. But like I always say, rest in peace to that young man. But on this channel, we hold racist Caucasian people accountable. And to the Caucasian people that's not racist, this belt is not for you. In this interview, well, multiple interviews, this man said he wasn't there, but he still knows what happened. And then he...
Hold on. So let's go to the man's channel, so his TikTok. Lamont.Sanford64, okay? So let's see what he has. But you see, and even TikTok is suppressing it, right? You see how TikTok is suppressing it? Child, it's a machine, y'all.
TikTok, I promise you, I would come back to this platform, and when I returned, I would have receipts. I spoke briefly about how I felt about the father of Austin Metcalf. I told you something about him just wasn't right.
Yep.
I told the way he paraded himself on social media about being this loving Christian family, and his boys were just so loving and kind and so Christian and caring. I couldn't believe that. I told you I had receipts.
And of course you can't believe it, because if he's a Christian and he's caring and kind, then his kids would have also been Christians and caring and kind. Like, so if you're a Christian and you're caring and kind, if somebody is sitting under your tent while it's raining, you're not going to go start beef with these people. You're not going to start bullying the person and pushing the person and shoving the person in the rain. These people are not raised right. These are not nice people. So their father can be a Christian. if their father was a Christian and they were raised in a Christian household, when you see a fellow athlete from a different school, right, dressed in a full school uniform, most likely with his track cleats on, you're like, okay, it's raining, he can sit here. If anything, you walk up to him and say, hey, hi, what's your name? I'm Austin. What school do you go to? Oh, you run track? Okay, bad, whatever. Especially when you, Austin, you're not even there to run track. You're too big for track. You're not running track. Your brother's not running track. So why are you guys there? Were you registered to run that day? Like, was your name going to be mentioned on the board? Why are these football players at a track meet when they're not running track? Make it make sense. So we already know there's something incredibly fishy with the father, the mother. Like, they're a bunch of liars. These people are liars, and they're going to get exposed. They're going to get exposed.
Here's my receipts.
Show the receipts, Pops. Hey, Violet.
Jeffrey Charles Metcalf.
That's him, y'all.
That's Austin Metcalf's father.
That sure is.
Got arrested in 2011.
Oh, my
For
Lord.
what? Look at that bottom black arrow.
Sexual assault.
Those twins were 4 years old when this clown got arrested.
4 years old.
Carmelo Anthony needs to be released on his own fucking recognizance. And this clown behind me needs to take his place.
Mm-hmm.
Those Metcalf twin boys grew up
being bullies,
harboring all type of resentment towards that man behind me.
Exactly. Because I'm like, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Who has this much anger? And if he said, who has this much anger at 9 o'clock in the morning? 9 a.m., you're this lit? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Those teenagers harboring all of that fucking resentment for that man behind me.
Yep.
He's the reason his son is not here.
Mm-hmm.
He should be charged. Not Carmelo Anthony.
No, that's right.
So TikTok, if there's any black, white, man, woman, or child who has an invested interest in this Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf case, this video needs to be shared around this country.
It sure does.
Starting today.
Mm-mm.
Make this shit go viral. Make this video show up in everybody For You page so they can see what type of man those Metcalfs had as a father.
Mm-hmm.
I told you I had receipts.
You sure did, and you brought them.
Hey, TikTok, I told you that when I came back, I would share some information with this platform. So at 4:30, I came on and I shared this. No other network has done this.
Mm-mm.
You've seen it first right here with me. Breaking news.
Oh, my Lord.
Jeffrey Metcalf.
Oh, my goodness.
I broke it. I broke it to the internet.
Oh, my Lord.
Now, if you see it anywhere else, just know where they got it from. They got it from me.
They sure do.
No other news network, no other TikToker, no other creator has this. So, I'm asking you now to share this video to everybody. I want this video on everybody FYP. You see, the more people that sees this, it creates support for Anthony.
Yes.
Because the narrative needs to be changed. I honestly think in my heart of hearts that those boys wouldn't be the boys they are if it wasn't for this clown.
The clown.
That's why I say Anthony needs to be released at his own recognizance, and this clown needs to take his fucking place.
He does.
Don't like this video. Like it, repost it, and share it. Here's the story of a girl named Megan. Young, single, and ready to leave home. Had no idea of how she was gonna do it, but her plan was to leave. Then one day, Megan met Jeff.
Jeff.
He saw her and knew it was right.
Oh my Lord.
The first words was, "Girl, you're thick as cold grits.
Oh my God.
Can I have your number?" Megan said to Jeff, "What are you saying? Are you saying that you like me?" He said, "Yes, if I can get your number, I will call you soon. You see, I'm a realtor here in Texas."
Oh wow.
That's what Jeff said to Megan.
Oh my Lord.
Megan eyeballs had the dollar sign and said ching ching.
Ching, ching,
And
ching.
she knew she was the one.
Okay.
Who was gonna get a new house
A house.
and an umbrella that said security.
Okay.
That Megan
Hey,
thought that she found the one.
the one.
And everything alright.
All right.
The relationship went good for a while.
For a while.
And then Megan came to say,
The same.
she said, "Jeffrey, I think I may be pregnant.
Pregnant.
With not one, but two."
2 big babies.
Jeffrey said, "What the fuck are you talking about?
Talking
I have
about
a career, and this is not what I want."
what I want.
Megan said, "You should have used a Jimmy.
Jamie.
And I'm keeping these kids."
Okay.
So prior to the big delivery,
Delivery.
the two got married and tried to work it out.
Work it out.
But things just wasn't the same.
The same.
Because Megan knew Jeffrey's intentions was not to have a family.
Not a family. Because he was a deadbeat.
Do y'all see where I'm going with this?
Yes.
I can keep going on and on.
You sure can.
Then one day, after Jeff went to work, Megan was peeping after thresholds and the blinds to make sure the car was out of the driveway. So she can go on her treasure hunt. Once she was sure that the car was down the street, she went to Jeff's bedroom to look around. She looked under the mattress and in the closets and in his pants to see if she can find something on him. Her feelings wasn't feeling of good feelings. She knew that he had done something in his past. She didn't know what, but she was determined to find out if it was the last thing she'd do. Then one day, them twins came and said to Mama. They said, Mama, Jeff is not acting like a daddy. Mom said, What? What, kids? What are you talking about? Let me go and talk to him. Jeff, my kids say you acting funny. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Jeff said, "Girl, what the fuck are you talking about? That's just my persona now." Listen, those two got some shit in their closet.
They sure do.
Jeffrey. Here's the story. White supremacy would have you to believe that Megan and Jeffrey Metcalf, the mother and father of those twins in Frisco, Texas, white supremacy would have you to believe that they are Ward and June Cleaver.
Sure. Yes, that's true.
And that those twin boys were Wally and the Beaver. That's not the case.
Never was the case.
They're more like Kitty and Jose Menendez.
Oh, the Menendez.
And those twin boys are more like Lyle and Eric Menendez.
The Menendez family.
I use that comparison for a reason. No way in hell did Carmelo Anthony intentionally set out to kill young Austin Metcalf.
Absolutely not.
As far as I can ascertain, Carmelo Anthony is not a pathologist, and he never interned at a coroner's office anywhere in Texas. meaning that he did not have the wherewithal in the act of committing a crime to stop and say to young Austin Metcalf, where's your heart? Where's your heart? And young Austin Metcalf would have said, well, my heart is left bottom breastplate. And then Carmelo Anthony would commit to stab him in the fucking heart.
Exactly.
It didn't go that way.
It didn't go that way.
It didn't happen that way at all. Nah. During the adrenaline rush, Carmelo Anthony randomly swiped at Metcalf.
My thing is also, like I said, what I believe is because it was raining. I keep saying this. I'm like, the fact that it was raining and he probably had his cleats on, they could have slipped. Like, because there was a scuffle, they could have slipped. And then his heart got punctured. But I don't think the intent was, oh, yeah, I'm going to go stab him in the heart. It's like, these people are crazy. These people are really, really crazy. What would he want to stab him in the heart for? For what purpose? They're so insane. They are really, really insane. Okay? All this pushing and shoving. Okay? And like with all these bleachers around. Okay? Concrete steps and stuff. The rain. Carmelo probably wearing his track cleats and stuff. He's probably wearing the cleats. Okay? Like, look at these shoes. Look at these shoes. Is he Nike track and field? Okay? He probably slipped. They both probably slipped. I don't even know what happened. Oh, he meant to do it. Wait, do you live in his heart? Foolishness. Don't even know what's going on in your household right now. Don't even know what your kids are doing right now. Make it make sense. Foolishness.
Unfortunately, that swipe hit his heart. He didn't set out with a microscope to figure out where his fucking heart was. It wasn't like that. A random swipe. And unfortunately, it caused the death of young Metcalf, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about white supremacy.
Nobody does.
And ain't nothing good gonna come out of this case and out of this country and out of this situation until this country do right by George Stinney Jr. And if you don't know who the fuck he is, look him up. George Stinney, Stinny Jr. from South Carolina.
14 years old. They put it in the chair.
White supremacy would have you to believe that Meghan and...
So let's go over here, you guys. Let's go here.
He told us to stop spreading rumors. Make that make sense. Well, since you know everything, partner, why is the media hiding this information from us? Because let's just be real. If Carmelo's dad had an essay charge on his record, it would be all over social media. It'll be on YouTube. It'll be on Facebook. It'll be on Instagram. It'll be on TikTok. Matter of fact, it will be on all news outlets. I told y'all, the game is cold. The media is cold with this shit. This family went to every news outlet, and instead of the news telling the truth about this family, that they are dysfunctional as hell, the news outlets tried to make this family look perfect, saying they was God-fearing, religious family, all that bullcrap. But the ex-wife, she almost embarrassed the whole family, but the son saved her. Run the tape.
Run the tape.
I just saw his soul leave, and it took my soul too.
Look at her.
I'm so sorry.
Look at this, Karen.
I'm going to ask you one last question. I've seen interviews with your husband, who I can hear in the side, by the way. I think he's there in the room with you. I saw an interview last night. Okay, someone else. Yes, okay. But I have seen interviews with your husband in the last 24 hours.
You see how she's a liar? Do you see how this woman can be trusted? She's no longer married. They're divorced. Why don't you correct the man? Right? They say, oh, black people are making this about race. Why doesn't she correct the man and say, I'm no longer married, we're divorced? Right? She doesn't correct him because she's about to, and then her son shushed her, and then she just let it play. But you're not a married woman. You are a single mother. You're a single mother. So you should say, oh, no, I'm no longer married. Exactly. But she wants people to believe that she's married because she understands stereotypes. right? And no, because they want to put a narrative out there because they're trying to save Austin from not looking like a bully, okay? But I'm like, you obviously understand that stereotypes can affect how people perceive you, right? So if you're no longer married, you should tell them, no, I'm not married. I'm divorced. She doesn't say anything, even though everybody knows she's not married. So if she can lie over something that small, imagine what else she's lying about. But we're gonna do a separate live for her. We're gonna do a live for every single parent, okay? But this woman is a liar. She is a liar. She is a bona fide Karen. She's a despicable, spiteful, rancorous, nasty ass heathen. Okay? She's a nasty ass heathen. The man said, I can hear your husband. No, oh no, I'm not married, but that's also not him. Tell the truth though. But if you can lie, exactly. Okay, she probably works at the local grocery store or whatever. Like, they're struggling. They are struggling. That's why Hunter in his other interview, he said Austin was the man of the house. How can a 17-year-old be the man of the house? That is so much dysfunction. That is so much dysfunction. If you're not married, just say, no, I'm not married. Why are you lying? Why are you lying about something so small? It's going to come out. So my thing is, if she can lie about something so small because she doesn't want to be seen a certain way, what else is she lying about? You know what I'm saying? What else is she lying about? And we all know this. When a white woman lips are moving, a lie is being concocted, okay? Every time you see a white woman move her lips, start praying to Jesus. Because my, who is she about to lie on? Okay? Agents of chaos. Something so small. Why is she lying? No, I'm no longer married, but that's also not my husband. Okay, cool. We move on. It's not a big deal. But unless it is a big deal because she understands perceptions, right? Makes sense? And even the way her son shushed her, that it's not even normal for a child to shush a parent. So that also lets you know in that house, these boys make the rules. Because you shush my mother, and don't shush me. The heck? What the heck? You can probably put your hand on her lap and something and tell her to be quiet. But I'm like, you can't shush your parents. But you see, that's what we said earlier. White children do not respect their parents. Okay? Why would a child, if he's 17-year-old, why is he shushing his mother? Why are you shushing your mom? What are you people hiding? What are you hiding? And I think it's also incredibly disrespectful. But it just shows that in that household, these boys do whatever they want. And she's afraid. Yes, they run that house. What kind of child can ever feel comfortable shushing his mama? Exactly. You can put your leg on her lap or something. No, he's shushing his mom on national TV. Yeah, he coaxed her to lie too. He did. Because he realized that something was off. And he keeps repeating like the husband. Because he wants people to believe that she has a husband. She doesn't have a husband. She's not married. So why are you people lying like this? But if you can lie about something this small, what else are you lying about? Sis, you're not married. You've been divorced because your husband was arrested for sexual assault. Now, was he convicted? I don't know. But I'm sure more is going to come out, though. I'm sure more is going to come out. But to shush your mother on national TV, what are you hiding? What are they hiding? Look at them. Like, they're just so fraudulent. Hold on.
Son saved her. Run the tape.
I just saw his soul leave, and it took my soul too.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to ask you one last question. I've seen interviews with your husband, who I can hear in the side, by the way. I think he's there in the room with you. I saw an interview last night. Okay, someone else. Yes, okay.
Yes, sir.
But I have seen interviews with your husband in the last 24 hours, and it was remarkable to me that I heard your husband say, within hours of this, that he forgave this other young man, and he...
You see? So it's like, and also it's like, so my thing is, who's there? Their lawyer, their PR person, they're being coached to do all of this. This is so crazy. This is really, really crazy. But I'm like, if a woman can lie about being married, like, why would you lie about something this small? Like, I just don't get it. Why would you lie about something this small? Yeah, he's shushing her. And they're not saying, like, oh, he's hiding stuff, right? But if it was like Carmelo's brother or sister shushing their mom on TV, They're like, oh my gosh, what are they hiding? What are they hiding? Why is he shushing her? Why is he shushing her? Right? What are they hiding? I want to know. What is she hiding? And also, who's there? Their lawyer? The person coaching them to say what they're saying right now? You don't have a husband. Why are you lying? You're not married. Why are you lying? As if this is not going to come out. Like, it's going to come out. You don't have a husband. When you got divorced, everything is going to come out. So why lie? I'm like, why lie about something so small? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this is crazy. This is really crazy.
He got there so quickly, and I honestly don't know that I could. And I just want to see, and I don't know that there's a right or a wrong place to be, especially as quickly as this has happened. Megan, how do you feel on that front today?
I am not like their dad. I am so angry at that boy.
Damn, son, why does she hate you so much? As soon as that news reporter said husband, look at her face. Her face, all those fake tears, they dried up. She got angry. You could see it all in her face. Why does she hate you that much? Make it make sense. Now, this is what you call real dysfunction. And ain't it crazy how racist Caucasian people, they always love to stereotype black people. But in reality, they are more dysfunctional than us. Yeah, they know how to hide it well, but don't be fooled. And see, on my channel, I love keeping that same energy. All that I'm deep in my faith, super religious BS, it doesn't work on me. I see right through it.
Yeah.
Also, in this interview, you took slick shots at Carmelo's parents. Let's read. This man said maybe parents can educate their kids on senseless acts of violence. And he said it starts at home. What you mean, senseless acts of violence? Your sons, your twins are bullies. What you mean? It starts at home. What home? That woman, your ex-wife, left you when you caught that SA charge.
Exactly.
What you mean? It starts at home. Make it make sense. And see, it's two things that racist Caucasian people have in common. They always try to manipulate you with their super religious talk. Oh, my faith is deep. I trust in God. It's all fake. It's all cap. They do that on purpose to manipulate you.
Yeah.
And then they try to act perfect, like they have no flaw, like they just God's gift to earth.
Yeah.
But in reality, it's the whole opposite. And see, the reason that father keeps saying he don't want people online spreading rumors, because they want to control the narrative. They don't want stuff like this to get out. Run the tape.
In 2011, Jeffrey Metcalf was arrested for SA. Those twins was 4 years old at the time. Shortly after that, the mother, Megan, packed up those fucking twins and got the fuck out of that house.
Mm-hmm. And we really need to know if he was convicted. Because if he was convicted, because I don't know, because I'm like, this one is showing an arrest, right? He was arrested for SA. But we also have to know if he was convicted, because if he was convicted, has he registered as a sex offender? Because when you're convicted of sexual assault, I do believe you have to register as a sex offender, right? So is their father even registered as a sex offender? Because I've seen a lot of pictures, like it seems like he was at games with his sons and things like that. But I'm like, was he even allowed on school grounds? If you are convicted of sexual assault, are you allowed to be on school grounds? Because there are videos out there, like there are pictures and videos of this man at school events. Let me see if I can see him, right? You have pictures of him, like see right here. He was at a school event in this picture. So I'm like, okay, if he was arrested, was he also convicted? What happened to those charges? Because if he was convicted, did he actually register as a sex offender? Because this picture here, it seems like he was at a school event. But if you're a sex offender, are you allowed to be around children? Are you allowed to be at a school? Like, I'm so confused. Like, they want to worry about Carmelo being under a different tent while it's raining at a track event where he was meant to run. But now I'm asking, if their father was arrested for sexual assault, and let's find out later that he indeed was convicted of sexual assault, Jeffrey Metcalf, did he register as a sex offender? And if he did register as a sex offender, why does he go to school events? Why is he around other children? The people have questions. The people have questions. Imagine doing back-to-back interviews right after your brother or son died. What innocent person does this? If it's not people trying to get ahead of a narrative. You guys, I have told you this before. I said, trust in the Lord. These people are about to be seriously exposed. They are about to be seriously exposed. Just because you're the first to tell your side, just because you're the first to run out there and you want people to feel sorry for you, it does not mean that the truth is on your side. It does not mean that God is on your side, okay? You're up to your foolishness. Exactly. Evil lineage. They have an evil lineage, right? They have an evil lineage. And I saw all kinds of pictures, like even the one that I used like earlier. Like he was taking these boys out there, do all kinds of weird stuff with these boys. They're out there like with guns at a tender age. I'm like, why does he have these children around guns like that? Right? So hold on, let me show you something, right? Let me show you this. Because I saw this on X. Okay. Because I saw this on X, right? And it says, breaking news. Look at this. In 2011, Jeffrey Metcalf, the father of Austin Metcalf, was charged with sexual assault. Despite his criminal history, he is now running a GoFundMe account that has raised over $300,000. GoFundMe, we are requesting full transparency regarding this matter. Okay? The campaign organizer has a history of being charged with a sex crime, and the purpose of the fundraiser is unclear, potentially violating your terms of services. Okay, now look at this, though. Right? Look at this. So was he arrested multiple times? I don't even know what's going on. It seems like he has multiple arrests. Then there's this other picture here, right? And I'm like, so these little boys were already exposed to like guns and fatigues at such a tender age by a man who allegedly has been accused of sexual assault. This is very bizarre. Okay. And look at this crazy white man saying, y'all not dissing that man. He's decent, strong, and admirable white people. They love themselves a pedophile. They love themselves a pedophile. They love themselves people who abuse people. Then they got the nerve to talk about Diddy. Okay? Make it make sense. I'm like, why is he doing this with kids? This is crazy. This is seriously crazy. This is insane. This is really insane. So let's resume this video.
Let's put the blame on him. Let's blame him for his son not being here. We need to shift focus. I don't mind dragging a Metcalf through the fucking mud if I could save Carmelo Anthony's fucking life. It's some shit.
It's not even about dragging him through the mud. It's not even about dragging him to the mud. The father, Jeffrey Metcalf, is the one who took it there because he said it starts in the home. He said it starts in the home. So we're going to look at his home because what kind of sons have you raised that they take issue with another fellow student from a different school sitting under their tent at 9 o'clock in the morning while it's raining? So it's not so much, we're going to drag him to the mud. No, we want to look at his home because he said it starts in the home. So we're in the home, the dysfunctional home. And now we're finding out that you got arrested for sexual assaults. And it seems like he has previous arrests, like he has prior arrests, like he has a record. He has a record. And like I said, I want to know if he was convicted. And if he was convicted, I want to know if he's a registered sex offender. And if he is a registered sex offender, then I want to know why does he go to school events? Because he's not supposed to be there. He is not supposed to be there.
Going on with this guy, and the world needs to see it.
Period.
I'm the only one on social media pushing this shit. I'm begging and I'm asking for help to push this narrative. He's hiding something.
You sure is?
He's fucking hiding something. What if, just what if he Nah. To those, nah. And maybe those boys are the way they are because of what the father... I would harbor resentment for the rest of my fucking life. Maybe those boys had to grow up a little bit faster than other 17-year-olds.
Yeah, most likely.
Here's the problem.
So to you, Mr. Metcalf, while you out there running up a bag off your son's death, stop throwing slick shots at Carmelo's parents. You have no room to preach about morals. Ain't none of us perfect, especially you. And for this dysfunctional ass family to get on all these news outlets and act perfect and talk about God, talk about religion, the audacity. And to my people, you see how the cops, the school, the students, the news reporters, the news outlets, they all stick together no matter what. Even with Austin being in the wrong, they all stayed on code. Even though the ex-wife hates her ex-husband's guts, they still stay on code. So in our community, we need to be the same way. And I know we have a lot of in the community, but don't even worry about them. They are irrelevant. Our focus is sticking together, putting out the hidden truths and supporting this family, because one day is Carmelo, the next day is your family member. Mm-hmm. And like my boy Red Supreme said to the gangsters and the gangbangers, it's time for us to...
Okay, now let's look at this video. Hold on. Let's look at this man over here, what he say. Let's see.
Was to bring awareness. My hope was to bring awareness so this tragedy doesn't happen to another family.
Okay, so Mr. Metcalf, it's JFF and then METCALF. You are Austin's father.
Yes, sir.
Easy question to start with. It's probably a tough one to answer, but how have the last 24 hours been for you and for your family and for Hunter?
That's three questions. So for me, it's not real yet. It hasn't sunk in. I'm just happy to stay strong so we can handle all the things that need to be handled. Arrangements, people flying in, people coming from all over. So I haven't had a chance to really grieve yet. I know at some point when this is all over and we're able to put him in the ground, then I'll probably break down and grieve that way. But right now I'm really numb and I really don't feel anything. I just have to function, and I need to be there for my son and my family, and I need to make sure I set an example for my son.
Hey, do you notice how he said, I need to be there for my son and my family? And he never said I need to be there for my wife, because they're not married. They're not married. Sorry, you guys, I'm doing my hair also because today's Sunday, but notice how, oh, he's on there. See, the problem is, Lacey, you have to text me so I can airdrop it. So he knows he has a criminal record, and he's out here saying it starts in the home. It starts in the home. What did I tell you guys? What did you search for? Did you search to see if he was a registered sex offender, or you searched to see if he had a record on there? Child, I'm saying more and more stuff is going to come out. More and more stuff is going to come out. Okay? Well, we have to see, because he was arrested, but was he convicted? And how exactly did he who did he sexually assault? Oh, he's not on there. Well, that's something we have. The lawyers have to look at that, because if he was arrested, was he convicted? Then I'm like, if he wasn't convicted, then what happened? He took a plea. Like, what happened with the charges? Like, we have to know these things, because he can't come out here and say, oh, it starts in the home. But sir, here you are. Okay, where is he again? Here you are, right? June 14th. That's Trump's birthday. 2011, right? Sexual assault. Okay. Second-degree felony. He was 46 at the time. So you can't come out here and say, oh, it starts in the home when you were arrested for freaking sexual assault. Like, that makes no sense to me. Oh, Glam said he might have also made a deal to stay off the registry because that happens. You see? So I'm like, it's very rich for him. Y'all, please don't mind my hair. Sorry. I gotta do my hair, you guys. Sorry, I have a baby. It's hard. My life is hard, y'all. But it's really rich to come outside and say, oh, it starts in the home. It starts in the home. Hey, my love. Yeah, I missed you too. But it's really rich to say it starts in the home. It starts in the home. When you're divorced, you were arrested multiple times. You were also arrested for sexual assault. We still don't know if you were convicted. If you were convicted, obviously you're not on the sex registry list. So why are you not on the sex offender registry list, right? Want to talk about somebody's home when you're not even a father in your home. Okay? Make it make sense. These people are going to expose themselves. They're going to expose themselves. I told y'all this from the beginning. I said just because somebody is the first to put their story out there, you don't have to be afraid. Because it doesn't make any, nobody cares. Say whatever you want. The truth always prevails. My mom used to always say that. She thought, oh, the lies takes the elevators and the truth takes the stairs. But the truth always catches up to a lie. You have nothing to worry about. And the other thing also, the more you talk, especially when you're lying, you're going to forget your lies because you're not telling the truth though. You want to put a narrative out there, especially the mom. She wants that, Karen. She wants to have a narrative out there to make people hate Carmelo because that's what she's after. She's a hateful ass, low IQ, low education, illiterate, grocery cashier kind of person, okay? You know she works at a grocery store. You know this white lady works at a grocery store. You know she makes minimum wage. You know she mad. You know she bitter. And you also, I mean, not to be offensive, but she is a high-calorie human being, okay? Why backline ass Karen? All right? So don't even worry about it. These are miserable people, miserable, poor people. Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around, okay? So, like, whatever, everything about this family is going to come out. And I'm saying, by God's grace, we also have everybody who's been bullied by these twins. They're going to come out. They're going to have the courage to come out and share their testimonies as to how they've also been bullied by Austin and Hunter. This is not their first time doing this. They've done this before, and they've gotten away with it. So all of that is going to come out. Worry not. Oh, let's keep watching this.
Austin, obviously, is the son, and also Hunter, who you're talking about here.
Yes, sir.
Walk me through who Austin was to you. I know that you've said so much about him, I think, in the last 24 hours here. Everyone else has said a lot about him, too, about how great of a kid he was. In your eyes, though, just as a father, who was he to you?
My boys are the biggest blessing in my life. God provided them to me.
Oh, God.
God's going to get me through this. I had a dream last night. And Austin came to me and said, I'm okay. It gives me peace. Doesn't mean I don't hurt, but it gives me great peace. So, one of the things, my son, Hunter, his ability to stay strong is a character to his brother. His brother, they had each other's back. They were tight. I've never seen a bond like that. Being identical twins, technically Austin was his big brother.
Exactly.
Those boys were my everything. I had cancer almost 10 years ago. I wasn't supposed to live, but that was my why, to fight. And without those boys, I probably would have succumbed and gave in. But they were in my heart, and I fought hard because I wanted to be their father. I wanted to be there for them throughout the years they grow up, and so I can share my wisdom and share my mistakes.
And the funny thing about these white people, they swear that what they feel for their children, other people don't feel that for their children. I'm not trying to be funny, but it's like, whatever you feel for your my sons are my everything. For most parents, their sons, their children are their everything. There are there are millions of parents every year who go through cancer, irrespective of race or, ethnicity. And guess what? They fight for their kids, right? But nonetheless, just because your child is a certain way to you, you don't even know. You probably don't even know who your child is at school. Oh, my son was a great kid. Da, da, da. Every parent says that. Okay. How often do you see a parent say, yeah, my child was a great kid, but sometimes they were a little too much, right? How often do you see that? You even have children who are convicted of murder, and the mom's like, oh, but he was a good kid. He was a good kid. Okay. Every parent says that because most parents are like, they have, their love for their child blinds them from being honest about who their child is. You truly, truly have to be a serious believer to be a very honest person and say, yeah, I love my child. He was a great kid, but sometimes he could do too much. Right? Because there's no way that you heard that a kid was sitting there under a tent because it was raining, fully dressed in his school uniform to run track. Maybe even he was also wearing his cleats, right? At 9 o'clock in the morning. And your son was so triggered that your son had to move this boy. And your son told you, Austin grabbed his book bag. And you're not going to say, you know what? Even though I'm really upset that my son's not here right now, he was doing a little too much. Right? Nobody expects parents to be honest or to have an honest assessment of their kids. All right? I guess because you love your kids, right? But it's 9 o'clock in the morning. The police got called at 10 a.m. It's too early for this. It is really too early in the morning for all this energy. And then he said, oh, these boys they would do everything together. So that's what I'm telling you. Austin and Hunter did it together. They jumped that boy together. Even Hunter says, oh, we do everything together. I will do anything for my brother. So they were together. He was right there. If his brother took his last breath in his hands, then he was right there. He was right there. He was right there. He was there the whole time. So why didn't he defuse it? Because they were all lit. They were both lit. Because they're both bullies. I'm like, it makes no sense. You're not making any sense, though. Right? They know he was in the wrong. They know. Even Hunter knows he was in the wrong. That's why I'm saying if they're not careful, even Hunter is going to get charged for the death of his brother. Let these people keep playing these goofy games. Let these people play these goofy games. Because if they keep playing these games, even Hunter is going to get charged. And now they're going to lose 2 sons. Keep playing these games. Don't tell the truth, though. Don't tell the truth soon enough to avoid all this foolishness. No, keep wanting to be petty. Keep wanting to have somebody go to prison for life. Keep wanting to protect your son's image, right? Keep playing these goofy-ass games. Keep playing these stupid-ass games. Because it seems like it's a thing they do in their family. They love to play stupid games and win stupid prizes. It's a clownish family. They love to play stupid games and they win stupid prizes and they don't learn anything because they're remedial. They're so remedial. Keep lying like this. This is ridiculous because it's going to come out that both of your sons bullied that boy and that's how your son perished. So now if somebody is dead, your son Hunter has something to do with this. And that's why when the police came, he didn't want to talk to the police because he knew he was guilty. If you didn't do anything wrong, and this kid stabbed your brother intentionally in the heart, why are you not talking to the police? Why are you not talking to the police? Why do you have to wait until like hours after the fact, once you talk to an attorney, to talk to the police? Are you the perpetrator? If you saw your brother get victimized and you had nothing to do with this, why don't you talk to the police and right then and there say everything you can, everything off the top of your mind to make sure they throw Carmelo in prison for the rest of his life? No, he doesn't talk to the police. He evades the police. A person who ain't got nothing to do with this. Why are you evading the police? Because he knows what he did. And you see that, and that's why he shushed his mom. That's why he shushed his mom. If they have nothing to hide, and Carmelo is such a vicious, disgusting, evil-ass black boy who just grabbed the knife and just stabbed his brother in the heart, okay? If Carmelo is such an animal who just went into his book bag and grabbed the knife and just ran to stab your brother in the heart, why do you have to shush your mom? Why do you have to shush your mom? Why did you evade the police when they came there? Why did you not give an initial statement to the police on school ground? Make it make sense because he knows. You guys, a guilty conscience is real. Even King David talked about that in the book of Psalms. A guilty conscience will eat you up. These kids are playing stupid games. They are playing stupid games. A guilty conscience will eat you up. And that's why even people who've lied for 10 years, for 20 years, they always have to come back and confess, because you will never have peace. You will never have peace. You think it's easy to lie on someone and to send somebody to prison? He has no idea what he's doing, because he's a goofy ass kid, gets raised by goofy ass, idiotic, low IQ, unintelligent white people. His parents failed him. That's how you know they're not Christians. They're not no damn Christians. And we know damn well what white people have always done with the Bible. They use the Bible to kill other people, to tell other people there's something wrong with you. Change your last name. Change your first name for a bowl of soup. White people have never used the Bible to create an inclusive society. They've used the Bible to hurt other people. So make it make sense, right? Make it make sense. If you have nothing to, if you have nothing to hide, if you have nothing to hide, the police comes. Why are you not talking to the police? Even Carmelo, who stabbed your brother, he's talking to the police. Can you imagine? The so-called assailant, he is talking to the police, because the police officer said, I have the alleged suspect. Carmelo said, I'm not alleged. I did it. So Carmelo, who's so evil, he's so heinous, he's so disgusting, he's a black criminal, he wore a ski mask, he went under the tent to mess with the white kids, right? He takes accountability. He said, no, it's not alleged. I did it. Then he said, is it going to be can it be considered self-defense? And then he also said, is he going to be okay? So the alleged suspect is confessing to what happened. But yeah, you did nothing wrong. Your brother did nothing wrong, but you are evading talking to the police. Make it make sense. When you have the interview, the lady says, she asks you what happened. You explain a little bit. You omit a lot. Your eyes are wandering all over the place. And you're like, oh, I'm not going to talk about the rest. Why not? Say it all. Right? Then you're on TV. You shush your mother on national TV. A family that has nothing to hide. You're shushing your mother on national TV. These people are suspicious. Somebody needs to page Dr. Umar. Okay? Someone needs to page Dr. Umar. The bunnies, the snow bunnies are lying again. The Neanderthals are lying again. This is insanity. This is insanity. Okay? Of course they teamed up. All right? Exactly. What they meant for evil, God is going to turn it around for Carmelo's good and his whole family. Exactly. They're scared of self-incrimination because they know if you go and jump somebody, or you commit a felony, or you committed like any kind of felony, and then the person that you're jumping is defending themselves, and then somebody dies, and then you're the survivor of the jumper, right? You get charged with the murder. That's what I'm saying. Let these goofy ass, ignorant ass people, white people, keep talking. Girl, Karen, Megan, keep playing those games, Megan. Megan, girl, keep playing those games. You're going to lose 2 sons. You're going to see one at the cemetery, and you're going to see one behind bars, sis. Keep playing these games, girl. You're going to have to go sign up with JPay, J whatever. White woman, play these games, sis. Play these games. Continue to play these games. You pagans, you unbelievers. Okay, a family of liars and scammers and sexual assaulters. Get out of here. Exactly. Who needs $300K for a funeral? Who knows? Who knows? Exactly. That don't make any sense. If Carmelo is so evil, he's so heinous, he meant to kill your brother. He just grabbed the knife and he just ran to your brother's chest. He would have kept quiet. Like, okay, I meant to do it. And then what? He would have been sitting there crying frantically. He wouldn't have confessed to it. He wouldn't have asked if your brother was okay. He wouldn't have said, okay, does it consider self-defense? But yet you claim you did nothing wrong. You didn't see it. Your brother did nothing wrong. And the police comes and he's the one evading the police. Make it make sense. The lady said, can you tell me more? He's like, oh, I'm not going to talk about the rest. Then he's on TV. He's shushing his mom. You guys, there's some lying-ass white folks. These are some lying-ass white folk. Okay? Okay, yeah, they're playing victim. Okay? So they're playing victim. If they keep playing this game, I'm telling you, if they keep playing this game, she gonna have one son under the ground, and she gonna have one son in a maximum security prison. Sis, keep playing those games. Keep playing those stupid games. Don't start being intelligent and find a way to patch this up. Like, you know what? It was an accident. It was a little rough. My sons roughed them up and it went too far. You need to step up and tell the truth, though. No, but she wants to be in her racist bag because she thinks it's about to be a whole Emmett Till situation. You got it messed up, sis. You need to check your calendar, white woman. Check your calendar. The year is 2025, not 1925. She crazy. She really crazy. These white folks is crazy. They are really, really crazy. It's a crazy people, y'all. Hide the money, y'all. It's poor white folks around. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Make bunch of liars. Nobody has the courage to say, oh, we're divorced. Sitting here lying, my family, my son, my family. But should they lie about small stuff? These people lie about small stuff. It's so inconsequential. But because they understand the power of stereotypes and negative perceptions, they don't even want to admit that they're not married.
So they won't do the same. Austin was an outstanding athlete, person, friend, loyal.
This makes me, oh, he was an outstanding person? Okay, let your son tell us what happened. He said his son was an outstanding person. Let's have your son. Let's have your son tell us what happened. Your son is an outstanding person, sir. Lying ass white folks.
What happened?
Okay.
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. He's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack.
Austin grabbed his backpack? So that's your son? Oh, my son is so nice. My son is so great, right? It's raining and your son is roughing somebody up. Matter of fact, it's a track meet. Both your boys don't run track, sir. So why are they there? That big ass, ginormous kid of yours, okay, that you didn't train right. Why are they at the track meet? They're football players. They're big ass football players. Why are they at the track meet? It's 9 o'clock in the morning. It is raining. And your son is out here trying to move a person into the rain. And like I said, right, most likely Carmelo was wearing cleats. So in the rain, your son wants somebody who's wearing cleats to walk for God knows how many yards, how many feet, how many miles, right? That's the son that you raised right? So he sees somebody wearing cleats, He barely has any sole on his shoes. Carmelo barely had any soles on his shoes, right? And then he has these metal cleats on, so it feels like he's wearing heels. Imagine seeing a person wearing heels and telling a person with heels to walk in the rain. To walk in the rain. Who does this? Who does this? Who can be so cruel, so callous, and so mean to tell a person that is wearing cleats to continue to walk in the rain because he don't want to see you there? Okay? Make it make sense. Play what video? Make it make sense. Okay? And they are witnesses. There are people who saw it happen. So, but you hear them say he was sitting there. Never did he say exactly who was Carmelo talking reckless. Exactly. Never did he say, oh, he was bothering us. He was being mean to us. He was harassing us. He was touching our stuff. No, he said he was sitting there. Of course, it's raining and he's wearing cleats. Where do you want him to go? No, 2025 and white people want segregation. 2025, God forbid you have to sit under a white person's tent. My Lord. God forbid, y'all. Did you know this, y'all? White people want segregation. Tell your children, tell your family, no matter how bad the weather is, do not seek refuge under a white person's tent. Oh, and even if they're Christians, even if they're white Christians, stay away from them. Because I don't know what kind of Bible white people read, but it's not the same Bible we got. It's not the same Bible we have. White people must get their Bibles from the devil. They must get their Bibles from Satan. Because the Bible that I have, it has a parable about being a good Samaritan. The Bible that I have, Jesus says, do unto others as you would have done unto you. The Bible that I have, Jesus says to help others, to pray for others. The Bible that I have, Jesus says, ask God to forgive your sins the same way you want your sins to forgive your sins, same way you forgive other people. You understand? The Bible that I have, God preaches, Jesus, he preaches about love, hitting on what's up, right? So obviously, white people don't read the same Bible we read. They read a different kind of Bible. They read a different kind of Bible. Because what kind of person will move somebody who is not bothering them just because you belong to a different school? And the police reports, the multitude of police reports, it says Carmelo was wearing his Centennial High School uniform. He was wearing a uniform, and most likely he had his cleats on because he runs track. And these goofy ass white people who are sitting here worried about, oh, why was he under the tent? They're not asking themselves, why are people who are 225 pounds? Okay? Because Jesus is the white people God. I don't give a damn. Because you white people, it's not even your fault. Some of y'all are so damn stupid. You probably think Bethlehem is a little neighborhood in Paris. Some of you white people are so damn remedial. You probably think that Bethlehem is a small hamlet in Switzerland, right? You probably think that Bethlehem is a small hamlet near Oxfordshire, right? You're so remedial. You are so remedial. That's why I said we don't read the same Bible. So maybe in the white people Bible, Jesus was born in Paris. Maybe in the white people's Bible, Jesus was born in Oxfordshire. Maybe in the white folks' Bible, Jesus was born in Dublin, right? Maybe he was born in Amsterdam. Maybe he was born, I don't know, in Copenhagen, right? I don't know, right? I don't know. That's why I say we don't have the same Bible. Because there's no way you read the Bible and you're so hateful like this. So we don't have the same Bible. We don't have the same Bible. You must get your Bible from Satan. Because there ain't no way. Ain't no way. Bethlehem, it has to be in Paris, right? Bethlehem has to be in Oxfordshire. Bethlehem has to be in Copenhagen. Bethlehem has to be in Dublin. Bethlehem has to be a little hamlet in the Swiss Alps. Bethlehem has to be in, give me a city, y'all, in Berlin, right? Bethlehem has to be somewhere in Poland. Bethlehem has to be in St. Petersburg. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. How could somebody born in the Middle East, his people walked into Egypt to seek coverage? Egypt is in Africa. But somehow you white people think he's white. Like, why are you so pathetic? Like, why are you so pathetic? Why are you so pathetic? Like, you are crazy. Like, these people are they're just so crazy. And this is why they believe every lie Trump tells these people. They believe everything Trump says to them. You know, they've never seen a map before. And it's not their fault because the vast majority of American people, especially white Americans, they've never studied international geography. Okay? They don't even know where where North Dakota is on the map. Okay? Ask these white folks, where is North Dakota on the map? Ask them what's the capital of North Dakota. They barely even know the geography of America. So, of course, they think Jesus was born in Paris. Bethlehem has to be in Paris. Bethlehem has to be in Amsterdam. Bethlehem has to be in Copenhagen. Bethlehem has to be in Dublin. Bethlehem has to be in Oxfordshire, Cambridgeshire, Manchester, Leicester, right? Or maybe Oslo, right? Or maybe Reykjavik, okay? You're so pathetic. We need to dismantle the Department of Education as quickly as possible because white children deserve a better education. White children deserve better. I'm like, seriously, white children deserve a better education with better children, better teachers, and better coursework and better books. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. They're insane. He said that's when my brother stepped in. So who was talking reckless too? Exactly. Okay, so wait, these white boys aren't even on the track team. No, baby, they weigh 225 pounds, sis. When have you ever seen a person that weighs 225 run track, bubbo? They're like 6'4". They're 6'4", 225 pounds. They're not even there to run track, and they're doing the most at 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay? They're not even they don't run track. So what were they protecting by telling Carmelo to? I don't even know. They were just being racist. They were just being racist. And they tried to turn Carmelo into Rosa Parks. They tried to turn Carmelo into Rosa Parks. Okay? Somebody called Outcast. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. Above that bus. Everybody back to the back of the bus, right? They're trying to turn Carmelo into Rosa Parks. Okay? But Lauryn Hill said, oh, nah. That's the day that you really got me fucked up. Okay? Ooh, na, na, na. That's the day these white boys had me fucked up, right? They trying to turn Carmelo into Rosa Parks. You understand? White people will never, ever, ever change. Okay? Okay? Somebody call Outcast. Make it make sense. Make it make sense, y'all. Make it make sense, okay? It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. Trying to turn that little boy into Rosa Parks in 2025. They're so racist. These people are so racist. They're so racist. Y'all, let me give you a little praise break real quick. Hold on. Because you know YouTube out here be hating. YouTube be out here hating, y'all. Let me see. Hold on. Let's see, y'all. Because YouTube be hating sometimes, you guys. Hold on. YouTube hates a little bit, but a little praise break ain't gonna hurt nobody, okay? Okay? Oh, hold on. Hold up, y'all. 3 seconds. Hold on. Let me see if I can hear it. Hold on. Oh, my goodness. Hold on. Everybody look to the back of the bus. Okay. All right, just a little bit, you guys. Oh, Lord, we can't do too much. Hold on. YouTube ain't on me. Hold on. Let me do it again. Let me do it one more time. Hold on. Because I got to get it right. I got to get right in there because I can't do too much. Hold on. Right there. Okay, you ready? A little praise break, you guys. Because we're not about to let these white folks stress us out. Okay? We're not about to let these white folks stress us out. Okay. 3 seconds, y'all. Get ready. Let's go. That's enough, okay? That's enough, right? They were trying to turn Carmelo into Rosa Parks. Hush that fuzz. Everybody move to the back of the bus. Austin. Hunter. Hush that fuzz. 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay? Hey, Miss V. Austin, hush that fuss. Okay? Hunter. Hush that fuss. Okay? Everybody move to the back of the tent. We're not moving out the damn tent. The hell? Did you pay for it? Foolishness. Bunch of bullies. But like I said, okay, these goofy ass white twins, these ginormous people were trying to turn Carmelo into Rosa Parks 2.0. They crazy. They are really, really crazy. They are insane. These are some big ass people. Hold on. Where is he? Look at him coming to the frame. Yo, this kid is huge. Look at him coming to the frame. Look. Watch him coming to the frame.
This is Hunter. Did you want to talk to him?
Look at him. Look at him.
Hunter.
Okay? You know damn well he don't run track.
Yeah.
You know damn well. Look at how big he is. Look at him looking all over. He's so uncomfortable. He is so uncomfortable. You think this boy runs track? He does not run track, y'all. He is not a track runner. So why was he there? With his big ass muscle and his bad attitude. Okay, why was he there? Why was his brother there? They don't run track. They're huge. With their bad attitude. Why did they come to the track meet? Okay? So you mean nobody else in the track? They're freaking giants. They weigh 225 pounds. Okay? So you know damn well they don't run track. You ain't running track, so why are you there? And also, if you're not on the track team, why do you care? You're not a track runner, so why are you even at the event? Number 2, you're not even on a track team, so why do you care so much about the tent? Right? Doing too damn much.
Baby. Yeah.
Look,
he was my big baby. He was 225 pounds.
225 pounds. That boy does not run track. That boy don't run track, so why was he there? Why was he there? Why did both the twins, 450 pounds, why were they there? Okay? Doing too much. At 9 o'clock in the morning, pressing somebody who runs track. Make it make sense. Why were they there? He does not run track. They're huge. Like, what the freak? They're big. They don't run track. There's nothing about their body type that would never ever make anybody believe they run track. They do not run track. These are some big football players. They don't run track. So why are they there? Hold on, y'all. I think I lost my thingy. Make it make sense. Why are you there? Okay, this is them. Look how big they are. They don't run track. Don't even have the legs of somebody who runs track. Okay, look at them. They were not even 17 in this picture, right? They do not run track. They're big. They're not track runners. So why were they at a track meet with this bad attitude at 9 o'clock in the morning? And this is why we saying we want to see a toxicology report, because it's not normal. Well, send me what's it called? Oh, really? Send me the Lacey. Send me the links so I can just drop it here. Okay. Send me the links, Lacey. Oh, damn. You guys, what the freak? You guys, look at what Lacey saw. Oh, hell no. Jesus. This dude is big, you guys. Hey, this dude is a freaking mountain. What the freak? So what are they talking about their tent? They're not even on the team. Exactly, Anna. We're going to expose these white folks. Okay? Child, we're going to do to these white people what the Chinese did. Okay, y'all, look at this. So look. Oh, we gotta record this. Look at what Lacey found. Yes, Carmelo runs track. He's a track runner. Lacey said, I just remember all high schools have highlights. I know that's right. So y'all, let's get to the highlights. Let's see how big this person is. Jesus Christ. How big is he? Ooh, Lord Jesus. Oh, black people, y'all. I love y'all. Let's see this one.
Are you ready for this? Vegamore is a vegan hair wellness brand that focuses on helping women with hair loss without the
Hold on. Let me look at my picture first. Hold on. Let's come back here real quick. Let me see something. 11 and 54. That's who we're looking for. 11 and 54. So keep your eyes out. Can y'all see this? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Oh, Lord. You see? These people don't run track. Give me a second. Stop sharing. Let me share again. Oh, my gosh. I'm going to share the link on the community page so y'all can see this. And we need to save all of this before his family goes and delete this, you know? What number is he again? 11 and 54. I saw him. He's right there. Oh, shit. Do y'all see him right there? That's him. 54. Oh, Jesus. That's him right there. 54. Do you see how he dived into that man? Oh, shit. You guys, Carmelo stood no chance, y'all. Do y'all see this? I don't know how to make it bigger. Hold on. Y'all see him right here? You see this? That's him. Oh, damn. It's 54 and 11. So Hunter is not here. Oh, shit. Look, he's right there. Look right there. Do you see him? Can you see it better now? Do you see it better? Is this better? Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Jesus. This dude is ginormous. Do you see him right here? 54. You see him? Yes, right there. Okay, let's start over. That's him. He's number 54. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Okay, okay, now he's right here. Now he's right here. Look at him. Shit. Let's do this. Here. This dude is big as, hey, this dude is big. Oh, Carmelo. Here he is now. That's him right there. That's him. Bam. Oh, oh, ah, that's him. Look. I like, oh, I like, oh. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord Jesus. This dude is big. Ah! Ah! Oh, look how he tackled the boy. Ah! Ah! That dude is strong. What the freak? Oh my God. You against 3 people? Oh, Jesus. Oh! Oh, my Lord. Where is he? That's him right there. Look at him. Eh. Boom! Boom! Oh, look! Oh, Jesus! Oh, Jesus! That's a bull. That's it. Boom! Boom! Look at him hitting people. Look at him hitting people. Look! Damn! What? Oh, Jesus! You see how he runs into people like this? He's not afraid. Oh, Jesus! Yo, this dude is huge, Mark. Jesus Christ, that dude is big. Oh, Carmelo stood no chance. Oh my Lord, Jesus, this dude, this boy is strong. Yeah, we're trying to save these videos, y'all. Oh my God. Where is he? That's, oh, boom, boom. Look, you see that? He's not scared. Oh, Jesus. Oh, look at him. How he pushed that boy. Ah, Sam. It's Austin. He's number 11, I think. Wow. He sure did run to Carmelo, and maybe that's why the knife. I mean, that's why I said we gotta wait for the autopsy. But damn. But damn. But damn. Yo, this dude is a freaking mountain. Oh my Lord, even me, I'm running. Ah, Austin, don't hit me. What the freak? Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. He is massive. Oh, Jesus. He likes to hit people, huh? Jesus. This dude, look at him running into people. Look at him. Bam, he about to suck this kid. Look how he grabbed him. Ah! Jesus. Oh, he about to grab you. Better run. Austin crazy. He gonna beat your ass. Oh, my Lord. Look at him grabbing people like this. This dude is strong, yo. Austin is crazy. Austin, you are crazy. Ah, Austin, let that boy go. What is wrong with this kid? Jesus. Oh, look. Oh, damn. Austin. Oh, my God. Oh. Jesus. Jeez Louise. But this kid is strong. Oh, my God. Man. Wow. Jesus. Oh my God. Lacey, you did good with this one, Lacey. You did good with this one. Lacey, wow. Jesus. Ah! This is crazy. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We know he doesn't run track. Jeez. These people are big.
Does have a tight end, and he's going to have a free play as well. Reeves will roll to his right. He has nobody open. He's going to go over the top.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yo. Hmm. That is not a small person, though. That is not a small person. So my thing is, did he tackle us? Did he tackle Carmelo into the bleachers? Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. This is insanity. Wow. Wow. Oh yeah, this kid is not small, you guys. That's a big ass. Look how he just grabs people and he just tackles them. This dude is strong. Oh my God. And I think that's why, if anybody had ego that day, it was him. If anybody had ego that day, it had to be him. Even look at his profile picture. Let me show you his look at his profile picture, y'all. Hold on. Let me share this tab. Look at his profile picture. Look how he's grabbing this person. Let me take a screenshot. I don't know if you guys can see it. Can y'all see this? Look, y'all see this picture? Do y'all see this picture? Do you see these muscles? Look at his legs, y'all. This man don't run track. This dude does not run track. Look at how big he was. Child, look at these legs. Look how he's grabbing this person like it's a child. Hey. Do y'all see this? Are y'all seeing this picture? You guys are here? Hello? You're here? You see this? Oh, no, no, no. This is out of order. So 2 of these people went against Carmelo. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the boy didn't stand a chance. The boy did not stand a chance. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This dude is big. This dude is ginormous. Miss V, look at his muscles. Look at his legs. This is crazy. Let me take a screenshot. So, hold on. Oh, my Jesus. This is not a normal size human being. Let me blow it up. Oh my God. Look at it over here. Oh, Jesus. Look at his legs. No wonder you said, oh, he was my big baby. He was 225 pounds. And I told you it's none but muscles. None but muscles. But imagine a man like this grabbing you. Jesus. And you're 130 pounds? And then he grabs you? Girl, what? Oh, my Lord. Let her say it again. Oh, Jesus.
was your baby. Yeah. He was my big baby. He was 225 pounds. Both of them big boys, and they.
Wow. Girl. Megan, you had never lied. I mean, at this point, oh my Lord. Oh, thank you, Tim. But Tim, this dude is ginormous, Tim. Do you see even me running? I'm like, oh, what the freak? Oh my gosh. This dude is big, y'all. Look how he grabbing this black kid. Shay. And even this black kid got a little bit more muscle than Carmelo. But look how he's scooping him up. So is this how he grabbed Carmelo and his book bag? Oh, crap. I understand why he was afraid. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Elena, do you see this? Oh, yes, Ms. V said it's fitting that his profile pic is him tackling a black boy. I know that's right, Ms. V. I know that's right, exactly. Of all the pictures he could have used for his profile picture, why use the picture where he grabbing onto a fellow black player like he grabbing a rag doll? Look how he grabbing this boy. Jeez. Elena, do you see this? Where's Kevin? Kevin, Mark, do y'all see this? Where's Mark? Where's Kevin? Oh, Lord Jesus. This dude is ginormous. Huh. So is this how he grabbed Carmelo? Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. So I understand when Carmelo was crying and stuff. This is traumatic. This dude is strong, Elena. This is not a joke. He built like a grown-ass man. Look at his calves, y'all. Look at his legs. Look at them legs. Look at the power in his legs. Look at the power in his quads. Look at the power in his arms, his forearms. I told you he got the manly-ass forearms. The sons of Thor and Igor. These Vikings. Oh, my Jesus. This is frightening. Is this how he grabbed him? Oh, Jesus. Who? Lacey found more videos. So now, oh, this is going to give a lot of perspective. So let's listen to this again. Yeah, Hunter is smaller than him. Yeah, Hunter is smaller. He's smaller. So if Hunter is that big, imagine if you were standing next to Austin. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus. Now let him say it again what happened. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. These sons of Thor and Igor. This is unbelievable.
That you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. He's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack.
Woo! And you know he lying. Look how he looking down. Austin did not just grab the backpack. He lying. Austin tackled that boy. And that's why I said yesterday. So imagine if Carmelo was wearing the cleats. You know what I mean? And maybe that's how he got stabbed in the heart. Because I'm like, he's very aggressive. I think maybe what happened is they fell into the bleachers. And that's how he got stabbed in the heart. It's not like, oh, he meant to stab him in the heart. But I'm like, did you tackle him into the bleachers? And then you fell on the knife? Maybe he killed himself. Y'all, maybe that's why I said we got to wait for the autopsy to see which angle the knife is stabbed the heart. Because he could have stabbed himself. Yo, it's a real thing. He could have stabbed, because like, he's crazy. You see how he tackles people? So maybe when he saw the knife, he decided to tackle, and then that, oh my God. That's why Carmelo ran for his life. Oh, I can see it now. I can see it now. Oh, Jesus. He said his brother grabbed the book bag. But we see your brother tackle people. He didn't just grab the book bag. Oh, my Jesus. Oh, my Jesus. Oh, my Jesus. This dude is not so, y'all. This dude is big, y'all. We're on his Twitter. Taking all the pictures before his parents delete them. Oh, Jesus, y'all. Y'all, this ain't no small person, child. Hold up, wait a minute. Hold up, wait a minute. How do I send this to myself? What's this thingy again? Let's go on his X real quick. Let's go on his X account. White folks. Always in a rush to say foolishness. Oh, he has his measurements here. 6 feet, 220. I don't know when he was that height, though. Metcalf. Okay. Let's look him up. Let's come over here. Media. Let's look at his media, y'all. So here's a picture of him. Yeah, this boy is not small. Here's a picture of him, okay? Y'all see this? And make myself smaller. Okay? This is one picture. Oh, Lord. So if he's number 11, damn, look at his legs. You see, this guy probably runs track. The black guy right here, that's a Carmelo. He's more of a Carmelo type. You see this? Look at them low legs. Okay? Because you see, look right here. Look at Carmelo's legs. Okay? So I am more inclined to believe, like the black guy number 2, he ran track. And maybe that's Carmelo's friend. Maybe he's the one that he talked about. They were talking about the police report. So here's Austin. Look at these calves, y'all. Look at these legs. Do y'all see this? Do you see this? Imagine if you're skinny like number 2, getting tackled by number 11. Good luck to your ass. Okay? Oh my gosh. This is not a small person. Screenshot, Marlene. Of course I will. But you never know. The white folks might delete everything. Okay? Here's another picture of him also. You got the same hat as the black man, huh? Look. Take a picture. The white people out here, jail. They're going to delete everything. Now, this is him tackling somebody. He likes to go after skinny people. Unbelievable. Okay? Screenshot. Okay. What else do we have? So here he is. This boy is solid. Here he is. So he says, let me take a picture also. Hold on. You got to take a picture of everything, child. You know, white people love to lie, child. They're going to say you made it up. Okay. You take another picture. Take all these pictures, child. Sorry, y'all. Okay. So he says, season stats, 9 games played. I wanted to thank my fellow coaches and teammates for the season. I can't wait for next year and what God has in store for me. Sure. Bounce back. 112 total tackles, 79 solo, 33 assists, 13 TFL, 4 hurries, 1 sack, 2 PD, 1 int, 2 FF, 1 FR, 1 BFG. I don't know what that is. I don't play football. Okay. Okay, here are the brothers. Okay. Jeez. Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my Lord. Y'all, this dude is big. This dude, look, let's see him practice.
All right, bro, let's go up. You good, come on. You go. You go? Yeah, you good. Come on. Okay. You good, bro. Look good. There you go. Good. Flip through. Good, Drew. That's how you do it. Let's go, Bress. You got it. Good, Bress. Flip. Good, Bress.
Oh, wow.
All right, bro, let's go up.
Let's see this. What year was this? 2024. That was a year ago. Okay. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah, you can see her too, huh? Yeah. Them boys in small. They went to Nebraska. Yeah. They're strong. Oh, is that him? Dang. So is this how you push Carmelo? Huh? Oh! Oh, Lord. Oh, let him do it. Is this how you push Carmelo? That's a strong-ass dude, y'all. This is crazy. This is crazy. Are y'all seeing this? Austin is more popular than Hunter. Yeah, because he's the bigger guy. It seems Austin only sports interest is football, while Hunter played basketball during the off season because they're tall. If Austin ran track, it would also be in his highlight. Okay. Yeah, I don't think he runs track. He doesn't run track. So why was he there? Why are you gonna track me if you're a football player? And you so damn angry like this? Let's look at this. This is also him. Look at him. Oh wow. So is this how this is how you tackle the boy? Oh my Lord. Oh wow. But you know what this reminds me of? I feel like people like that too. Like people like him, it's like a trained boxer. Like, you know how boxers, their hands are a registered weapon? I feel like if you play certain positions in football, you should not be aggressive with people. I really do. See? Even taller than the black man. All right? I feel like if you play certain positions in football, you should be treated like, oh, let's see how much he can bench press. Oh, let's see this. Okay, let's see this. How much is on there? 315? He bench pressing 315? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Screenshot. 315 pounds. Oh, my Lord. Look at this boy. What? So he is 225. Deadlifting 315. Deadlifting 315. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my Jesus. This boy is a monster. He is strong. You see, even the person, look what the person wrote. The person said, this kid was a man child. Exactly. His strength is not normal. This is not the normal strength of a teenager. This man's strong like a grown man. 315. With no help. Nobody spotting him. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Jesus. Do y'all see this? Tim said, I want a toxicology report to see if Austin was on steroids. Wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. See, that's why I told y'all, let the family talk. Everything will come out. The boy put everything on his Twitter for us. Wow. 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 Oh, wow. This is crazy. Took 315 for work today. Felt very smooth. 3 sets of 4. April 6, 2024. Almost 10,000 views. My Lord. Coaches, get at me. He's a linebacker with great communication and plays the game smart. Well, Jeez. Child, I'm taking all these pictures here. Screenshot. Wow. We all got to go through his Twitter and take as many pictures and videos as possible. Because, child, this dude is strong. Linebacker. So he's a linebacker? Oh, jeez. Oh, geez. This is cray-cray. Look at him. Look at him. I really feel like if you play certain positions in football, you should be treated like a boxer. Like, because boxers, they can't fight because their hands are a registered weapon, you know? But you can't be playing certain positions and be out here just tackling random, like regular people like this. Like, how's that fair? How's this fair? Wow. Jesus Christ. So now let this kid say it again. What happened? Let him say it again.
This kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest. So
Yeah.
just that's just what I saw. And I tried to help him, but
It was just senseless.
it was really senseless. Really, I don't know why a person would do that to someone just over that little argument. It's just crazy in this world nowadays how people just up and do that. Like that man has a family. That man has people that care about them all the time, and he did everything for our family too. He was a strong man. He was a strong kid.
Yeah, he
was strong.
Yeah, he was very strong.
And I know I'm strong too, but he's a little stronger. But
wow.
He did a lot for our family and a bunch of stuff that we just don't recognize. And it's just like, especially throughout our friends too, like everyone knew, like he was the peacemaker. That's what I'm saying. Like, I heard someone who really makes peace, really calms peace down. He makes everything sail smoothly. And because I get upset, but then he calms me down. He was just always there for me. So it's just really heartbreaking to see like how this happened.
Oh my goodness, you guys are.
This is insanity. This kid is huge. He will beat up the room, you mean? Hold on, y'all. Let me see this. Wow. This dude is huge. My gosh. He's a giant. This dude is a mountain. Like, this guy is big.
On that team, he would fire those guys up. He would step on that field and he would become a totally different person.
Huh?
His level of play was above most everyone else. He led the team. He was voted team MVP by his coaches and teammates. He's had multiple coaches, colleges contact him. He is one of the most outstanding, him and his brother both have been athletes all their lives, from soccer to baseball to jiu-jitsu.
Jiu-jitsu? Your son did jiu-jitsu? What did he say? These people are, your son also played jiu-jitsu? Oh, child, this is crazy. These white people keep telling themselves. So his son is a linebacker who also did jiu-jitsu? Do y'all know what jiu-jitsu looks like? Let me show you. Oh, Jesus. Jiu-jitsu? What the freak? Huh? Have you ever seen jiu-jitsu? Let me show you jiu-jitsu, y'all. The boy played jiu-jitsu. Wait a minute. That's a killing machine. You people just, wow.
And we are underway, lightweight final here at the 2024 World Championships. Andy and Mika.
And Andy Murasaki is locked in.
Jiu-jitsu?
I don't think there's a man on this planet more motivated to beat Mika Galvão than Andy Murasaki.
Mika Galvão in the white gi, representing Melky Galvão Jiu-Jitsu. Andy in the blue gi, representing Atos.
Right. Now trying to sweep. Turn this into a wrestle up.
Hold up. Wait a minute. The son also did jiu-jitsu? Jesus Christ. Oh, my Lord. This is overwhelming. So your son is 225 pounds. He's a linebacker and he plays jiu-jitsu? Oh, y'all, he don't tackle that boy. You guys, he tackled that boy so hard, I think he killed himself. He said, my son played jiu-jitsu. I'm like, jiu-jitsu? Yo, do y'all know what jiu-jitsu is? That thing is so damn violent. It is so
in a match with Mika Galvão, the more you can keep the match close until the end of the fight. I mean, we're past the halfway point now. The more I think that benefits Andy Murasaki. If you can limit the amount of opportunities that Mika Galvão has to utilize that incredibly precise, creative jiu-jitsu that has won him so many matches by submission and has given him
Put on the bicep.
Now trying to spin.
So Austin knows how to do stuff like that? But sir, your son is a killing machine. What did he say?
He is one of the most outstanding, him and his brother both have been athletes all their lives. From soccer, to baseball, to jiu-jitsu, to football. They did it all.
No, he didn't say track. He didn't say track. He said soccer, football, jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu, baseball, soccer, baseball, football, and jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu, oh my Lord, that's a killing machine, y'all. This is crazy. What the freak?
Both have been athletes all their lives. From soccer, to baseball, to jiu-jitsu, to football. They did it all. And they excelled every time. And I told them, you guys are so lucky because not everyone has your talent. But you have to make sure you take that talent and harness it in the right way.
So you told them not everybody has that talent because you know they're bigger than most people. And your son goes after somebody who weighs 130 pounds. Unbelievable. And your son goes after people who are this small. Jiu-jitsu? You know jiu-jitsu, Austin? Oh wow, that's not even right. That is just way too much. Oh my God. Oh my God. This dude is a killing machine.
To football, they did it all their lives. From soccer, to baseball, to jiu-jitsu, to football. They did it all. And they excelled every time. And I told them, you guys are so lucky because not everyone has your talent. But you have to make sure you take that talent and harness it in the right way. And
of course.
Austin was able to harness many things in his life.
Of course. His size, the things he so football, jiu-jitsu, 225 versus a 157? Oh no. There has to come a point where you know that you're this strong and you can he can bench press 315. 3 sets, 4 times. That's 12 times you lifted 315. My gosh. He could press Carmelo. What's 130 when you can bench press? Like when you can not bench press, when you can dead press like 315. Dad never said he was on the team that was running that day, though. They saying things and letting people fill in the gap. Exactly. He was not on the track team. He said soccer, football, baseball, jiu-jitsu. They were not on the track team. They are not on the track team. This boy, like Anna said, he was a menace. I'm sorry, but that's too much. The dude is just too damn big. He should know. He should have self-awareness. That's why we feel like he wasn't. That's why I do feel like he was on steroids. This is not possible.
Loyalty to his brother.
Loyalty. So you guys will lie for each other. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Somebody who knows jiu-jitsu. Jesus Christ. Why didn't the media tell us that he knows jiu-jitsu? This is insanity. This is insanity.
His love for all his friends and family. He was such an outstanding young man. I was so proud. I bragged on my children all the time. Anyone
And he been outstanding young man if he asking people to leave in the rain. Like, y'all just so full of it. You're so full of it.
Anyone who knows me knows how much my kids meant to me. They were my...
Which parent doesn't care about their kids unless you're a deadbeat? Sir, that's not something impressive. They're your kids. They didn't ask to be born. You should take care of them.
My entire world.
And that's for every parent. And that's for every parent. Move around.
My world's a little shattered.
Wow. Yeah, Kevin.
But I still have Hunter. And I always have Austin.
I know that the last day has just been gut-wrenching for you and your family. You've spoken, obviously, to a couple of other outlets. I know Hunter's leaving. Do you need to say goodbye? Or?
No, I told him we're good.
Okay. We haven't really had a chance to talk to you about this. You had mentioned a few times that you had forgiven the suspect for what
correct.
He did.
I do.
But we just informed you about these documents. And
that doesn't change anything. Okay. This has to do with me and God. God teaches us in the Bible. He talks about forgiveness.
But what about also being a good neighbor? Like you're jumping to like, I know this white boy, this other white man is like, oh, he did. Okay, we're going to watch him too. This father is so funny. He's like, oh, God teaches me about forgiveness. Before we even get to a point where we talk about forgiveness, let's talk about being a good neighbor, right? Before God even teaches you about forgiveness, he teaches you about love, right? And Jesus gave the parable of the Good Samaritan. If it's raining and this kid from another school is sitting under the tent, why can't your sons let him sit there? I am so confused. Like, I'm really, really confused. That's why these white people and their God and God and God, they're so fake. The God of white people is obviously Lucifer. The God of white people obviously has to be Satan because this is so weird, right? God does not just teach forgiveness. God also teaches people to be good neighbors. God teaches people to also love other people. God also teaches do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. If it was raining, how would Austin have wanted to be treated? How would he feel if it was raining and somebody told him, you got to leave the tent in the rain? How would he have felt? And also, how would he have felt if he was smaller, if he was as small as Carmelo and somebody as big as him did that to him while he's in Carmelo's body, size and height? How would he have felt? They like to virtue signal. You know, one thing I've come to realize between white conservatives and white liberals, how they do their virtue signaling. So white liberals, their virtue signaling is like, oh, I love black people. I love trans people. I love the migrants. I love the illegal migrants, right? They do their like, how can I say this? Like their virtue signaling is always about, look at all the good works I do. Look at how I tolerate people. Look at how I don't see color. Look at how I don't care about an immigrant. Like you can just come to America, do whatever you want, right? That's how they virtue signal. Right? I'm a good white person because I have black friends and I have trans friends and I have migrant friends. I support the migrants, right? And I support Palestine. That's how they virtue signal. When it comes to white conservative, the way that they signal, oh, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. I believe in family, Christian family values. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian, right? They're all virtue signaling. But when it comes time to really be about that life, they're not. Because white liberals, they like the migrants. And then they'll say, oh, let the migrants come here because who's going to make our coffee? Who's going to make our Starbucks? Who's going to work in our fast food restaurant? Who's going to pick our fruits? Who's going to clean our floors? You're like, what? So you only want them here so they can like do like these menial jobs? Of course. They don't care about these people, right? White conservatives also. Oh, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. Until it's time to really be a Christian. Then they want to start picking, they want to start cherry picking what it really means to be a Christian. No, you're either a Christian or you're not. Anything in between, like Jesus said, you're either warm, you're either hot or you're cold. If you are warm, we're going to spit you out. We don't have time for these stupid ass games. With all of these kids, they're all, even if Hunter and Austin they're not on the track team. But ultimately, they're all athletes. So whether you play football, whether you run track, whether you play tennis, whether you play baseball, whether you play basketball, at the end of the day, these are all high school athletes. So no matter where they find themselves, especially at a track meet or some sport event for the school, for high school students, everybody should be professional. Everybody should be respectful. Everybody should display great sportsmanship, right? And everybody should be kind and accommodating, especially when it's the ring. You guys might be on competing teams, but you are not enemies. Okay? You are not enemies. If I go to Memorial High School, you go to Centennial High School, we are not enemies. It's never that serious. But I think for a lot of white people, even being from a different school means that you're an enemy. But I really feel like all this whole he's from a different school thing is dog whistle language for saying he's black and we don't want him sitting here. Which should be kind of unfortunate because it seems like Austin, he's had a few black people, black coaches play a role in his career. So I don't even understand the energy. And it also seems like he has even black student on his team. So I truly don't understand his energy. I don't get it. What's up with you, man? You're doing too much. Right? What behavior do we have for young athletes at a sporting event? We expect these young people to be good sportsmanship, good sportsmen, to have great sportsmanship, to be kind, to be accommodating, to be friendly, and to be respectful. You might be competing, but you are not enemies. It's not West Coast versus East Coast. Yay, Crip versus Blood. Y'all do too damn much. So I'm like, to bring all this energy at 9 o'clock in the morning while it's raining is truly excessive to me. Okay? You see a fellow student, another student from a different school. What's the problem? Why can't he not sit under your tent? Like, I am so confused. You have nothing to fear. Right? Austin has nothing to fear. He can't tell me that, oh, he was scared when he saw Carmelo. How can you be scared? You have nothing to fear. You can actually, you can dead press 315, right? Well, when you're this, seriously, sorry, when you are this strong, hold on, y'all, make it make sense, okay? When you are this strong, you can't tell me you scared. 315, 3 sets, 4 times. Child, who knows? If they want to scam their white cousin, let them do it, child. Let them do it, child. If they want to give money to a deadbeat father with a sexual assault record who walked away from his family, if they want to give that man money, it's on them. Because you see, when you do everything out of spite, instead of doing things out of actual intelligence, you're always going to get scammed. So let them quickly depart with their money. They like it. They love it. They love sending their jobs to China. They love sending all their money to wars they're not going to win in Ukraine. They love sending their money to Afghanistan for wars they're not going to win. They love sending their money for wars in Yemen they're not going to win. These are fools. And like the Bible says, a fool is quickly deported from his money. White people have always been foolish. If they want to quickly depart with their money, let them do it. Don't bother me. They took all their jobs and sent it to China. And now they're crying over here. It's a silly, immature people. It's a very silly and immature people. They're silly and they're immature. Right? But if you can do 315, you can press 315, 3 sets of 4, then there is no way that when you saw Carmelo, you were intimidated. You were not intimidated. So if he's sitting there, you know what I mean, and you see his size, I know you're not scared. Right? I know you are not scared. Right? There is no way that this little skinny boy had you so shook that you felt so uncomfortable. Fam, you pressing 315. This dude weighs like 130 to 157. Make it make sense. You can lift this dude, you can lift 3 of him. Make it make sense. At least 2, right? 300 pounds, you can lift 2 of him. So it's not like, oh, I was there and I was scared and I felt uncomfortable and I feared for my life. How can you fear for your life when you are able to, you can press 315, 3 sets of 4. Damn. No support. There's nobody spotting you. You're doing it all by yourself and you're doing that thing easy, fam. And you got great form. Look at your form. So we know you ain't scared. Exactly. He ain't scared. You are not scared. That boy did not scare you. You did not feel threatened. So why he can't sit there, Austin? Why he can't sit there? I'm going to ask the same question to Hunter. Why is it that Carmelo couldn't just sit there? There is no way you felt threatened by his presence. You were not by yourself. You have your whole team. He's just one person. It's not 1-on-1. It's not 2 versus 1. You are sitting with your entire school. It's your entire school. He's there by himself. So you got your whole peoples with you. So why are you doing too much? What can he do? What can he do under the rain when your entire team is under the tent? Doing too damn much. If it was 1-on-1, maybe. If you caught him there, if nobody was under the tent, I guess, I don't know. Right? And then you found, okay, sure. But even that too, if he's not doing anything criminal, just sitting there, but you didn't even catch him committing a crime. He was just sitting there. So why are you doing so much? When his weight is nothing to you, his size is nothing to you. If it's not that you're a bully, and that's why everything your daddy is saying, it needs to feed that to the migrants, feed that stuff to the birds. You also know jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu. What the freak? What the freak? Your father said you excelled at everything. So you excelled at jiu-jitsu? My Lord. This is incredible. You are a freaking killing machine. You have to be aware of that. You can cause serious bodily harm to people. And not just that, anybody that's smaller than you, you know dang well you can make them scared. And you play on that because you're a bully. You are a bully. And you're that big. And that boy said, don't touch me. Don't touch me. And you kept touching him. Austin, you are a bully. And wherever you are, because you haven't crossed over yet, wherever you are, Austin, whether you're here or like you're in between here and over there, you need to tell the truth, though. And the afterlife, Austin, you got to tell the truth. Otherwise, your soul will never rest in peace. I'm being so for real, Austin. Your soul is not going to rest in peace. If you don't find a way to have people tell the truth about this matter, you will be stuck. You will not ascend. You're going to be stuck. If you want to be able to rest, if you want to have eternal rest, Austin, wherever you are, because the dead are not dead. Y'all, the dead aren't really dead, y'all. The dead are not really dead because they are waiting. They're waiting to cross over. You need to tell the truth, though. Otherwise, your soul's not going to rest. Your soul is not going to rest, and you will suffer in the afterlife. You better make sure your daddy, your mama, your brother, they tell the truth, though. Austin, you need to tell what happened. And if you know that you're in the wrong, go tell your mama, go tell your daddy, and go tell your brother. This ain't right. This is not right. That you don't want your soul to be stuck in the afterlife over a lie and some foolishness that you started. This is crazy. I'm convinced that if we asked Hunter why Carmelo couldn't stay under their tent, he wouldn't even know what to say. Yeah, because they're being bullies. They were being bullies. These are some straight up bullies. Okay? A person, and even the person like she's like, oh, look at this. This is a man child. Because this is crazy. How can you be like, so he was 16, huh? Because that was last year. So he was 16. So he is 16 years old. And he's out here lifting 315 at 16. 16. 315, 3 sets of 4. Always working. Yeah, we know, we can tell. Unbelievable. So he was not afraid. So then what's the problem? And these people are bullies. They are bullies. These boys are bullies. What's up, Sonia? These kids are bullies. Jiu-jitsu, crazy ass weightlifting skill. Look at his form. Look at his form. Unbelievable. Then he plays football. He's a linebacker. He out here just tackling people, grabbing people, just flipping people over like children. Huh? Out here flipping folks like they kids. This dude is big. Where's my other picture, y'all? Hold on. Where's the one I'm looking for? Look at him, y'all. Look how he done scooped up that guy, the black guy in the blue jersey. Look at his legs. Look at his quads. Look at the calves, y'all. Look at his arms. This dude don't grab that boy like he grabbing a rag doll. Jesus Christ. Unbelievable. And you know he was proud of this picture. He was proud of this picture. Him scooping up a black boy like this. And he made this his profile picture. And this man knows jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu. My Lord. Oh, Jesus. This is crazy. He's a whole freaking Hercules. Hercules. Okay? But Hercules, though, he was not picking on the small and the innocent. What in the Hades, Dante's Inferno is this? What is going on? This dude is huge. Do y'all see how big he is? Look at his legs, y'all. Look at the power in his posterior chain. Okay, y'all, this is what you call the posterior chain. Like, look how strong that is. And look how he anchored himself. Like, he knows how to anchor himself. Look at that. He don't grab that boy like he's grabbing a rag doll. My Lord, Jesus. It's insane. Look at this black boy. What did he do? He's grabbing him like he's a child. This is crazy. This is really crazy. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So you were not afraid. They were not afraid for their lives. They were being bullies. And I repeat, this is 9 o'clock in the morning. All this energy at 9 o'clock in the morning while it's raining around the bleachers with the concrete steps. 9 o'clock in the morning, you got all this damn ass energy at 9 o'clock in the morning. Why are you so mad? And my thing is, are you even on the track team? Probably not. Doing too damn much. White people, team too much, per usual. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Unbelievable. Hold on, Lacey. Hold on. Let me start over. Because y'all know my thing be like, hold on. Lacey said, to him, all the black coaches are there for him to learn and excel, not for him to have respect. He just needed access to a network to make a name for himself. Yeah, obviously he didn't care about his black coaches because even his black teammates, he didn't care for them. Who raised this boy? This man arrested allegedly for sexual assault in 2011, June 14, Trump's birthday, 2011. He was behind bars for sexual assault.
He talks about forgiveness. He also talks about revenge, not for me to seek.
And maybe the reason why you don't want to seek forgiveness because you know your son was in the wrong. So save this fake ass Christian ass, act. This is all an act. Oh, I'm not seeking forgiveness. I'm not. If you are not seeking forgiveness, if you're not seeking revenge, you will tell Hunter to tell people exactly what happened. That your sons were being bullies. Jiu-jitsu. What the freak?
God will take care of it.
Exactly.
Karma. I believe in it.
Exactly.
It's very unfortunate that this other child decided to make a bad choice that's going to affect him for the rest of his life.
So he said the child, okay, so when your sons decide to expel somebody under the rain, they're not making a bad choice. Racist. So when your kids tell somebody to move under the rain, don't even know his name, and they start to bully him, right? Then your kids ain't making a bad choice. Your son is dead. So obviously he made a bad choice.
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. He's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see.
Of course, how convenient you didn't see. You saw everything but that. Anyways, y'all, let's go over here. Let me play this for y'all. Let's listen to what happened here.
Narratives out there. I wanted to give my 2 cents on the story. Let's watch this right here. This is local news out there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Tonight, we have new information from the deadly stabbing at a high school track meet.
Since 5 o'clock, Frisco police released the arrest report that details the moment officers arrived at the scene. The arresting officer writes when he reported he had an alleged suspect. The officer said Carmelo Anthony said he did it. According to the arrest report, the tragic event began with the suspect sitting under another team's tent as rain fell.
You see? Sitting under another team tent as rain fell. Not breaking the law, not hurting anybody, not touching anybody's stuff. But you're out here putting your hands on people. Let me go right here. Hold on.
Was right there. But as I close, I want to say this. You cannot put your hands on people. You can't do it. We can say that it was...
Especially when you weigh 225, you're a football player, you're a linebacker, and I repeat, and you do jiu-jitsu, and you can press 315. This is you. This is you putting your hands on people. This is you putting your hands on people. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Right? And some of y'all came in late, so you didn't see it, but we even watched this stuff earlier. Hold on. Okay? We watched his reels earlier, so you can see how he's out here just tackling people. Okay? Oh, look at his cover picture, y'all. It's even his cover picture. Let me see. Oh, look at that. Okay? This is the man that put his hands on Carmelo. Right? This, and they were like, oh, self-defense is not going to hold. Huh? Goofy ass Judge Joe Brown's about, oh, is there disparate strength? Sir, obviously. Obviously, right? Child, she said, look at his shoulder to neck to chin ratio. This dude is strong. He is ginormous. Okay? And we watched the reels, y'all. He just out here plummeting people like this. He's just running into people. Look at this one. Let me find a recent one. Hold on. Child, he has so many. We saw his reels. Out here just beating the dog crap out of people. Huh? Look at him.
Are you ready for this? Vegamore is
He's on the varsity team
that focuses on helping women with hair loss without.
Look at this. This is even old. Look at this. Look at him. Look at him just tackling people. Look at him. Robbing people, tackling people. Look at him. Just beating, running into people, flipping people over, grabbing onto people. Look at him. Look at him. So much aggression. What is wrong with this kid? Look at this. Look at him right there. Grabbing people, flipping people over. This is the guy who tackled Carmelo. I mean, are you crazy? This is out of order. This is really out of order. He said, see how he doesn't have any sport listed or varsity. Not on the track team. No, he's not. He can't run. He's too big. Look how he tackles people, y'all. Look at this big ass kid. Look at him. Unbelievable. Oh, the dad is blind. Poor usually. Look at. Oh my God. Please. Y'all gonna let this play because y'all need to see how strong he is. Y'all need to see this. People need to see this. People need to see this. I mean, this is crazy. How you grab that kid? Number 25, you guys. 25. 25. Keep your eyes up. Look how he grabbed that kid. Look. Damn. Look how he grabbed his legs. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Does have a tight end, and he's going to have a free play as well. Reeves will roll to his right. He has nobody open, at least over the top.
Oh wow. Oh my God. This dude is strong. And he knows jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu. Oh my God, look at him, look at him. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Oh Jesus. Oh wow. So now let's go back to hold on, let me go back to ABO. Let's come over here. Jeez. You see, and seeing him like this, it really gives you more context of what's going on.
But as I close, I want to say this. You cannot put your hands on people. You can't do it. We can say that it was an overreaction, and you're right about that.
No.
But I was always taught, hey, if you pick a fight with somebody, if you touch somebody first, then you can't really dictate or regulate the way that they react to you. Keep your hands to yourself. That should be the lesson here. And I know people are not going to like that, but it's the truth. Same thing I said with the case in the mall. Okay, stop harassing people. Get out of my face. Leave me alone. I'm trying to leave. I'm giving you warnings. You're not leaving me alone. Okay, now the gun comes out. Some say it was over the top, but the jury of his peers said it was okay because they let him beat the case. That's kind of what happens. And then some are going to say that I'm defending this guy because he's black. Meanwhile, I defended Daniel Penny. And the Daniel Penny case was actually worse because Jordan Neely didn't attack anybody. He was just menacing like he was going to attack somebody. I said that Daniel Penny is a hero because he came in and restrained him to prevent him from crashing out, which he had done before. And unfortunately, Jordan Neely died, but that was not Daniel Penny's fault. The same way that if we get into a fight and then somebody gets hurt, it's not my fault if I was the one who was aggressed upon first.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'll leave that right there for now. And what say you? Do you think?
Wow. Now let's go back to the Lion Daddy. This is crazy.
I have compassion for every human being.
Yeah. Right.
This is not, I want to make this very clear. This is not a race issue. This is not a black and white issue. I don't want someone stepping up on a soapbox trying to politicize this. I don't appreciate some of the remarks I've seen online that people say there was this fight and they don't know. They weren't there.
Oh, so they weren't there. Were you there? Were you there? This dude is crazy. Look at him. Yeah, like look at him, virtue signaling. I don't want people to politicize this. I don't want people to make this a black and white issue. How can it not be a black and white issue, sir? Your sons are two white killing machines. Okay? The big one, Austin, is a linebacker and he knows jiu-jitsu. They're both white. A black boy from a different school is sitting under their tent. He's not committing any crime. He's just sitting there because it's raining. Your white sons, your white killing machines, they decide that he can't sit there. So they have to brutalize him in the rain to get him out, to remove him. So, sir, it's really hard for me to believe that it's not about race. Because what is the issue though? Like, what's the problem? I'm still confused. Oh, it's not about race. Oh, my white sons just did not want to see this black boy under their tent. Because what else is it? And it's raining. What else could it be if it's not race? Like, you white people don't even know how to lie. You don't even know how to lie. Like, you're so accustomed to gaslighting people, you're not even aware when you're gaslighting yourself. How is it not about race? If it's raining, he's wearing his uniform from a different school. Most likely he had his cleats on. So they know he's a fellow runner. And your sons are not even on the track team. So I don't know why they're there. Like, why are they there? And why are they doing too much? Right? Your sons made an issue out of a non-issue, especially in the rain, especially at 9 o'clock in the morning. Your sons made an issue out of a non-issue at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's never that serious. And it's raining. It is never that serious. We're talking about some goofy ass, okay? We sitting here talking about some goofy ass bleachers. It's like your kids didn't grow up with much. Like, did y'all grow up poor? Or maybe they grew up poor. It's not even like, oh, we have assigned seats. Like, these are like dedicated seats. It's bleachers. These are goofy ass bleachers that they don't own. They didn't pay for the damn bleachers. Your sons are doing too much at 9 o'clock in the morning when they themselves are on the track team. Did the track team coach even have a problem with Carmelo sitting there? Did any of the track students have a problem with him sitting there? No, your sons. Because they let their big, goofy-ass football aggression get to their head. Instead of focused on his future and making sure he makes it to college on a full-ride scholarship, he out here policing bleachers at 9 o'clock in the morning. Unbelievable. Like, seriously, make it make sense. Seriously, make it make sense. So it definitely is a race issue. Because if it was a white kid sitting with black kids, none of this would have happened. It definitely is a race issue. Because it's how you people are raised. You're racist. You're such nasty racists. That's why it's a race issue. Right? Because if it was a humanity issue, it wouldn't be a problem. It's raining. What is the problem? I keep asking this question, right? And now these goofy ass white people want to answer me, right? What is the big issue? It would have track me. There's over 100 students. Anybody could have sat in that goofy ass tent. Who cares? They don't own the bleachers. And God forbid they give refuge to another person in the rain. They're there to compete. They're not there to be enemies. They're not enemies. Everybody lives in Frisco, Texas. They go to different high schools. They're on different teams. They are not enemies. You weirdos. Bunch of weirdos. They're such weirdos. You guys still here? Y'all been quiet. Hopefully y'all still here. Okay? Because I got to do this video full of energy because this is crazy.
I know the truth.
You don't.
So, unless you were there, unless you saw it, don't spread gossip.
Exactly. So you were not there. You did not see it. They called you also. They called you and they called the mom. And you got to the hospital first. The mom came second, right? So you yourself were not there. So how can you say, oh, this kid, he made a mistake your son also made a mistake. Both of your sons made a mistake. And the fact that, and the thing that kills me is like, Carmelo, at least he's by himself. So you go, okay, maybe he didn't have nobody to calm him down. But Austin, he had his twin. Why couldn't his twin calm him down? Dumb and dumber. That's why a lot of y'all, you're just a bunch of jarheads. All you are is a bunch of just muscle, and there's no white matter in your brain. Like you struggle with like this deficient amount of white matter in your brain. At least he has a twin. At least he has his brother. Why couldn't his brother say, bro, chill, it's okay? Right? Let's say, oh, Carmelo is so emotional. That's fine. He's by himself. He has no one to back him up. He's by himself. But your son, Austin, he had his twin. He had his twin. Why couldn't the twin say, fam, don't touch this boy. Don't touch his book bag, man. We're too big. Look how small he is. You can crush that man, man. You can dead press his ass. That shit ain't worth it. Don't touch that little kid. No, doing too much. Rough. All this aggression, roid rage, because they probably on roid. They probably on some Anavar. They probably on some trend. They probably on some cleanse. What do I know? Because who has this much energy at 9 o'clock in the morning? And the fact that you have a twin, if one twin is hyped up, the other twin should calm him down. Like, fam, calm down. It's raining. Let that kid sit here real quick. But no, because y'all some barbarians. You're barbarians. Even at 9 o'clock in the morning, y'all still some savages. Y'all ain't got no freaking manners. You're so crazy. And even, y'all, let me show you something, right? Let me show you how deranged these white people are. Okay? Let me show you how deranged these white folks are. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold up. Give me a second. Let me show you how deranged these white kids are. They're so damn crazy. Right? Look at this, y'all. Would you look at this? Wisconsin teen, he's 17, a 17-year-old, a white boy again. Where is Matt Walsh to talk about the problem that America has with white male terrorists? Where is Matt Walsh? Where's the white Christian? Where's the Christian lumberjack with his racist ass? Anyways, Wisconsin teen allegedly killed parents in extreme plot to assassinate Trump, FBI says. Y'all, this boy killed his mama. He killed his stepdad, and he was staying in the house with their body decomposing. He killed these people since February. He killed his mom and his dad and his stepdad since February, y'all. And he was living in the house with their bodies decomposing. These people are crazy, man. They are so crazy. Hold on. Wisconsin teen murders parents. Y'all got to hear this. Look at this, y'all. Would you look at this? Where is Matt Walsh when you need him? Huh? Matt Walsh, it seems like we have a problem with domestic terrorists and with these white boys in America. Talk about it. Foolishness.
A federal search warrant, unsealed Friday, details a murder plot as part of a plan targeting President Donald Trump. The documents attribute that plot to 17-year-old Waukesha student Nikita Kassab.
Another crazy-ass 17-year-old white boy. These white pubescent effers are crazy AF. They are crazy. They love violence. They love to be bullies and terrorists. What is the problem? Look at him.
Charged in the shooting deaths of his mother, Tatiana, and stepfather, Donald Mayer, inside.
See, look how big that house is. That beautiful house. Look at that beautiful house. Basketball court. You have everything you need. And you deleted your mom. You delete your mom and you watch her body decompose. Jesus.
Mayer, inside their home, February 11th. According to prosecutors, the teenager stayed inside the home with their bodies for 12 days.
Victim B body was appeared to have been deceased for some time, was unable to definitively identify who it was.
Police arrested Kassab in Kansas weeks later, finding him with his stepfather's car, gun, and $14,000. The motive for the murders, according to the federal warrant, was to use that money to fund a plan calling for the president's assassination, to, quote, foment a political revolution in the United States and save the white race. According to the records, Kassab shared an affinity for the neo-Nazi group, the Order of Nine Angles. And they also reference a 3-page manifesto quoted as saying, as to why, specifically Trump, I think it's obvious. By getting rid of the president and perhaps the vice president, that is guaranteed to bring some chaos. The records show Kassab on the platforms TikTok and Telegram discussed buying a drone to use in an attack. And investigators say he told a classmate, quote, when they saw 10 consecutive attacks in the news, it would have been him.
Can you see this? Do you see this? Right? Killed his mother and stepdad. And then he sat there for 12 days. And their bodies were decomposing. Like in less than 1 year, how many white boys have tried to off President Trump? I'm like, what is up with these white boys, these white teens, and their obsession with deleting a president? What the freak? What the freak? Where's Matt Walsh when you need him? Matt Walsh, okay? White boys have a problem. White teens have a problem, right? This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. This is so crazy. This is really crazy. But I guess also him, even though he had a stepdad, but I guess his mom was divorced, so maybe he needed his daddy, his biological father. I don't know. But why would you ever do this? Foolishness.
Just to ask you this one question, like I had mentioned, the self-defense argument made by the suspect. What's your reaction to that if that's used in court or used?
As a defense attorney, they're going to try every avenue. That's their job. The truth will come out.
Amen.
There were too many people that were there that saw what happened.
Exactly.
My own son told.
So hold on. Hear what he says. Hold on. Hear what he says.
There were too many people that were there.
Okay. You see what he said? Hold on.
That's their job.
Mm-hmm.
The truth will come out.
Amen.
There were too many people that were there.
Okay. So if there were too many people that were there, right? He said there were too many people that were there. So why didn't they stop this? So was it like all you white folks jumping that kid? Like I'm telling you, that's why I say it's so good that these white people are just running to run their mouth like this. I am loving this. There were too many people there. So why didn't they stop this? Why didn't they stop this? I am so confused, y'all. Like maybe y'all asleep. I don't know. But I'm like, if there were he's saying there were too many people that were there because he wasn't even there, but he's saying there were too many people that were there. So why did all these people stop this? Why did it escalate like this? Like, why did it go so far like this? If there were too many people present, why didn't they say, Austin, it's okay if he can sit there? Why didn't they stop this, especially in the rain? Because it had to be loud at some point. Where were the coaches? Were the coaches also there and the coaches didn't stop this? I'm like, the more you talk, sir, the worse it sounds to me. So how many people were jumping Carmelo? right? And then how many people were watching a boy that is so skinny being overtaken by these two ginormous white boys and did nothing to stop it? Because they should also be charged. They should also be charged. Because there were that many people there and nobody tried to stop it. And now here we are. Why didn't they stop this? This is crazy. This is really crazy. This is so demented.
There were too many people that were there that saw what happened.
Wow.
My own son told me what happened.
But he told you, but he didn't tell the police. So he told you first before he actually talked to the police. There you go. There you go.
There was never a punch even thrown.
Oh, really? Really? There was never a punch. You said there was never a punch being thrown? Okay. ABL, come through. ABL, come through. But here's this. Let's listen. He's lying. Let's listen.
According to the arrest report, the tragic event began with the suspect sitting under another team's tent as rain fell and being told to move. A witness told police Anthony immediately opened his bag and reached in, telling the victim, "Touch me and see what happens." When the victim pushed him, witnesses say Anthony pulled a knife from the bag and stabbed Austin Metcalf in the chest.
Let's pause right here. Now, the news, they're not telling the full story. This is pretty much what happened, but there's a little bit more. There's a little bit more that may add some context, okay? Let's go to People, and we're going to scroll down a little bit in the article. The affidavit also details just how quickly things escalated between Metcalf and Anthony. An eyewitness told police that Metcalf asked Anthony to move from out under the tent that had been set up for members of his high school track team on that field.
So he wants him to move out of the tent while it's raining, right? And like I said, most likely wearing cleats. So you see a boy dressed in his uniform, most likely wearing cleats, and he's not bothering you, but you want him to move into the rain while he's wearing his cleats. Okay, no problemo. Good child that was raised to be a Christian, a white Christian, no problemo. Let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going.
That day, Anthony then reached into his bag, according to the eyewitness, and told Metcalf, "Touch me and see what happens." The eyewitness said Metcalf touched Anthony, at which time...
So he touched Anthony. What he say? What he say? The eyewitness said Metcalf touched Anthony, at which time Anthony allegedly told him to punch him and see what happens. And I'm sure that's when, okay, so he touched him, right? Then the father said there was no punch. Okay. Bunch of lying people.
Anthony allegedly told him to punch him and see what happens, according to the affidavit. Metcalf then went to physically move Anthony.
Okay, Metcalf went to physically move Anthony, which is when Anthony pulled the knife out of okay.
Which is when Anthony allegedly pulled a knife out of his bag, stabbed Metcalf in the chest, and fled from the tent. Now, this is what it says right here. Okay, I'll link to it. This is a real thing. Okay, like, I'm not making this up. The local news, I got sources. So look, let me just say this before we get back to the video. I'm sitting under a tent at a high school track meet because it's raining. There's no assigned seats at a high school track meet. If you come up to me and tell me to move, you're trying to bully me. I say, hey, don't touch me. I'm reaching in the bag. Don't touch me. That's a warning right there. You know I got something, and you probably with your brother, your twin brother, and some other guys. I'm not trying to get beat up, jump. Don't touch me. He touches them. That's strike one. Hey, don't do it again. He does it again, strike two. Now the fight happens. Some are going to say, well, look, ABL, don't you think that was over the top? Shouldn't have just been a regular fist fight? Well, we could say that, sure. We could say it was over the top, absolutely. But guess what? If you don't touch me, if you respect my wishes to not be touched, then this doesn't happen.
Okay. So now let's go back to the lying father here, the man who got arrested for sexual assault. Let's listen to a man who got arrested for sexual assault. Tell us what he said. What did he say?
Told me what happened.
Okay.
There was never a punch even thrown.
How would you know this? You weren't even there. Because the witness said your son touched the boy. So you don't even know how he touched him. So once again, like you said, you were not there. So sir, you're spreading gossip. You were not even there. Your son touched him. I don't think he caressed him also. Like when we're saying your son touched Carmelo, he was not caressing Carmelo. Okay? Your son was not caressing Carmelo. Sir, this is your son. This is what your son can do to a person. Okay? So when we're saying your son touched him how? We need to know. But like I said, he was not caressing him. So you can't sit here and say, oh, there wasn't even a punch thrown. You don't have to punch somebody for somebody to feel afraid. Even the size of your son is scary. Okay? The girth of your son is scary. The weight of your son is scary. The fact that your son was 16 years old, right? Your son is 16 and he's able to press 315 when nobody's spotting him. 3 sets of 4. Okay? On April 26, 2024. It'll be like a year ago in a few days, huh? This is your son. So, sir, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Even, oh, this is not a kid. This is a man-child. Okay? Go ahead. Hey, Ms. Jordan, this is my first time seeing you here. Look at you being so beautiful. Look at you with the, I like the brown lips on you. Makes you look very, very pretty. I like that. You're gorgeous. Okay? Sir, your son is not a small person. Even me can pick me up. I won't tell you on my weight. I won't tell you on my weight, yo. I'm not going to tell you my weight, but it's over 200 pounds, yo. I am so big. Pray for me. I need to lose this weight. I need to lose this weight by December. I need to be snatched, okay? But I'm like, damn, this is not a regular person. And then you say your son also knows jiu-jitsu, football, linebacker, bench, like pressing all these heavy weights. Sir, this is your son. This is your son. And this is not a small person. Okay? Your child is not a small person. What are we even talking about? There are videos and videos of your son just sacking people, grabbing people, flipping them over, snatching people, flipping them over. Your son is strong. He is so damn strong. This is not a regular human being. For his age, at 17, even you, your son can beat you up. Make it make sense. And you want someone who weighs 130 to 157 not to be scared of him? Are you kidding me? Look at your son. That is your son. This is your son. So, sir, to be like, oh, he didn't even punch him. Sir, David versus Goliath. Have you seen your child? He doesn't need to punch anybody. Just him touching someone is scary enough, okay? Just him grabbing somebody is scary enough. This is your son. Look at his quads. Look at his legs. Look at his posterior chain. This dude is huge, y'all. This dude is big. Carmelo never stood a chance. Even one-on-one, he didn't stand a chance. Now it was 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 people versus one. He was scared. Because why are y'all so damn aggressive at 9 o'clock in the morning? It's raining. Y'all can't even have compassion in the rain? Unbelievable. Talk about he's a Christian. What Christian? You got arrested for sexual assault. Okay? How can you be a Christian?
Hey, TikTok.
Exactly.
I told you that when I came back, I would share some information with this platform.
Foolishness.
So at 4:30, I came on and I shared this.
Oh my God.
No other network has done this.
Of course not.
You've seen it first right here with me. Breaking news. Jeffrey Metcalf. I broke it. I broke it to the internet. Now, if you see it anywhere else, just know where they got it from. They got it from me. No other news network, no other TikToker, no other creator has this. So, I'm asking you now to share this video to everybody. I want this video on everybody FYP. You see, the more people that sees this, it creates support for Anthony.
Exactly.
Because the narrative needs to be changed. I honestly think in my heart of hearts that those boys wouldn't be the boys they are if it wasn't for this clown.
Yep.
That's why I say Anthony needs to be released at his own recognizance, and this clown needs to take his fucking place. Don't like this video. Like it, repost it, and share it.
Okay. So, sir, make it make sense. Okay? You were arrested for SA. We still trying to find out if why you haven't registered as an SA offender. People have questions.
So I don't care. There was never a phone broken. We've never had contact with this individual ever.
So then why is it first degree murder? Why is it first degree murder? Mr. Christian, Mr. Forgiveness, since you believe so much in forgiveness and you're such a Christian and you know that your kids, they don't know Carmelo. Carmelo does not know your kids. So now that you know that he's being charged with first-degree murder, why don't Mr. Christian, with the SA arrest, go down to see the magistrate and be like, no, you're overcharging him because first-degree murder involves something being premeditated. How can it be premeditated if they even know each other? They met that day. They met that day, Mr. Christian. Okay, Mr. White Christian, right? Since you're such a great Christian, right? You understand? They know each other. So why is it first-degree murder? Why is he being charged with first-degree murder? And why are you okay with this, Mr. Forgiveness? That's how you know these white folks, they're full of it. These so-called white Christians, they are full of it. In U.S. law, first-degree murder generally involves premeditation and intent to kill or murder, or a murder committed during a felony like a robbery or kidnapping. So a murder committed during a felony or robbery, we can scratch that off because nobody was robbing or kidnapping. Premeditation, they didn't know each other, so how can it be premeditated? An intent to kill, there was none. He was sitting there because it was raining. So now that you know, and you've been known, that you have known for a while, that the boy has been charged with first-degree murder. So Mr. Christian, why haven't you gone to the courts? Why haven't you gone to see the magistrate and say, but you are overcharging this young man? Yes, my son is dead, but they didn't know each other. So how can it be premeditated when they did not know each other? How does that even make sense? How does that even make sense? That makes no sense. And the fact that you're not doing anything about that lets me know that you're full of it. All this, oh, I forgive. Oh, it's between God. The truth is going to come out. No, you are a lying piece of, you are a lying piece of crap. You're a lying ass person, because we all know what premeditated murder looks like. And I'm going to show you guys an example. Hold on, give me a second. Right? I'm going to show you guys what premeditated murder looks like. Let me play this video. Hold on.
Well, we are learning new information about the death of 19-year-old Sade Robinson. Police say Robinson was murdered and dismembered 4 months ago after going on a date with alleged killer Maxwell Anderson. CBS 58's Danielle Accato obtained some newly unsealed search warrants and shares some disturbing details.
In these pages, there's a confidential informant who told police they had been friends with Maxwell Anderson for years and claims Anderson told them he was plotting to kill Sade Robinson about a month before her death. Still photos captured on video at Milwaukee's Twisted Fisherman shows Sade Robinson sitting next to Maxwell Anderson on April 1st before leaving together. Robinson was never seen again, but body parts began showing up along the lakefront in Cudahy and in Illinois. Newly unsealed documents say an informant told police that they were at Anderson's residence on the evening of March 5th, and that Anderson allegedly told them he had met Sade Robinson recently and had plans to kill her. Intending to, quote, bring Robinson to his residence, pulling a handgun on her and bringing her down the basement. Adding, quote, he then planned on shooting Robinson and then dismember her body in the room that they were in and would be disposing Robinson's body throughout the city. The informant also says they observed 3 saws in Anderson's basement. Other documents reveal new details from the day Anderson was arrested. Investigators observed a stain resembling human blood in Anderson's vehicle and then at his residence. Investigators say they found human blood on bedding and on walls leading down to the basement. They also found several gasoline containers in the garage storage area. Anderson has been charged with first-degree intentional homicide and mutilating a corpse. He has pled not guilty. The trial is set to begin in December. Reporting outside the Milwaukee County Courthouse, Daniela Accato, CBS 58 News.
Okay, so you see, what did you hear? He had planned to kill her for over a month. He met her, and he took a month to plan how he was going to kill her. I'm going to bring her to my house, bring her into the basement. He's going to shoot her in the head, and then he's going to cut her into pieces. This is what first-degree murder looks like. You plan to murder someone. How can you say something is first-degree murder when the people met that day? That makes no sense. Let me keep playing this. Hold on.
About the in-depth investigation.
Hold on.
And new today, 33-year-old Maxwell Anderson goes from a person of interest to the man charged with the death of 19-year-old Sade Robinson. It's a gruesome case that started 10 days ago with the discovery of a human leg in Warnemont Park. And we do have team coverage for you this morning. Zoe Chapala learned more about the in-depth investigation by Milwaukee law enforcement. But we'll start with Fox 6's Durante Matthews, who was in court for Anderson's appearance this morning. And Durante, you also spoke to the family of Sade Robinson.
I did, and it was a very, very difficult day for her family, the family of 19-year-old Sade Robinson in court today. Many of them were in tears before walking out of court, and a lot of them were shaking, sitting behind the man who's accused of killing Sade, and that's, as you mentioned, 33-year-old Maxwell Anderson. Now, his charges were read in court today. Now, that includes first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and arson. Now, if convicted, that first-degree intentional homicide charge is enough to land him in prison for the rest of his life. But today in court, his attorney actually tried to get that homicide charge dismissed, saying that there's not enough physical evidence to prove it. But
So you see, so you guys see this? Do you see how racist white people are? So the young man, he was there with Sade. They went on a date. After that, she was never seen again, right? He told, because one of his friends came and snitched on him to say he had planned to kill her. Like a month within meeting her, he was planning how he was going to lure her back to his house, how he was going to shoot her in the head, and then he was going to cut her into pieces, and he's going to spread her body all around. And so even though he did this, his attorney still tried to get the homicide charge dismissed. Right now, when it comes to Carmelo and people say, and him asking the police officer if he can use self-defense, if this will be considered as self-defense. Do you see how these goofy ass whites and these goofy ass Mexicans, instead of worrying about Tom Holman deporting their entire families, want to worry about, oh, he can't use self-defense. He can't use self-defense, right? Why don't understand these Speedy Gonzalez, arriba, 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 Tom Holman, arriba, por favor. Tu gente, la migra, okay? Go worry about your Mexican tamales and your Mexican Tuesdays and your Mexican tacos and your tamales, right? Why are these Mexicans always involved in black people issues? You have Tom Holman with a big ass plane grabbing you people and deporting you to El Salvador con Nayib Bukele. Go mind your business, por favor. ¿Dónde están tu negocio? ¿Dónde están tu negocio? Go find your own business. Okay? Go take care of your tiendas. Por favor, por favor, por favor. Buscando Tom Holman. Go find this man. Leave us alone. This makes no sense. Entonces, ¿cómo se dice? ¿Cómo se dice? Es tan increíble. Muy increíble. I cannot believe this. Mind your business. All you weirdo Mexicans. It's so bizarre. Like there's a bunch of planes deporting what's it called? DCA, IAD, you name it, right? Bunch of planes are just leaving with your people to El Salvador instead of worrying about this. No, like, I don't understand these people. Like, no comprende, okay? ¿Cuál es tu problema? ¿Cuál es tu problema con lo gente negro? Con lo gente negro. ¿Cuál es tu problema? Okay, todos días, cuando venir a mi canal, para tu mierda. I don't care about you people. Okay, I told you, what's tomorrow? It's not Taco Tuesday, it's Deportation Monday. Okay, leave me alone. Por favor, fuera. Okay, cuando venir on YouTube, tiene bastante canal, tiene bastante negro que dice que gustan escuchar. Why are you here? Why do you bother me? There are a bunch of black people on this channel who say the things that you want to hear. Por favor, buscándalo canal on YouTube. Cuando tiene bastante negro que dice las cosas, las palabras que gustan escuchar. Por favor, leave me alone before I call Tom Holman. This is ridiculous. Why are these Mexicans all in my tamales? Why are these Mexicans in my burrito? Why are you in my black burrito? Huh? Por favor. I need more carne, not your foolishness. Leave me alone. This is crazy. Get a man. I don't want a man. Hermana, okay? You had a man. Your mama had a man. They didn't marry none of y'all. Living 12 in a sardine box. I don't even know how you people, everybody knows Mexicans live like 12 to a house. How do you even have enough Wi-Fi on your Cricket Mobile? Because you Mexicans, y'all love Cricket Mobile, huh? How do you even have enough data? Like there's 12 people in the house. Everybody on Wi-Fi. Everybody got Cricket Mobile. Why are you using your Cricket Mobile to come stress me out? Make it make sense. I don't use Cricket Mobile. I got AT&T. Right? How do you people even find enough space? Huh? Okay? Or even enough like data, because we know it's 12 people to a room fighting from the freaking Wi-Fi. I don't even know how y'all do this. Like, this is crazy. Está un milagro. Está un milagro. This is a miracle. What is going on? Leave me alone. Stay out of my black burrito. This is crazy. I wonder why you can't find a man. Because your mama is a hoe. Because your mama is a prostitute. She's selling sex for what? 4, 5, 6, what? 6 pesos? So nobody wants to get married no more. Okay? No es tan posible buscando un marido para que tu mamá está en un punta. Tu mamá es un punta. What is the problem? Leave me alone. That's why we can't find a husband. Because your mama and her big ass vajayjay, as wide as the Rio Grande, is taking all the man. Make it make sense. Don't have me hurt your feelings. Don't even tell them I'm married. Don't even tell them that. They want to be racist, let them be. Foolishness. Go worry about your mama and her white ass, whatever, as big as the Rio Grande. Por favor. Go somewhere. Bunch of weirdos. Where are you in my black burrito? Where are you in my black burrito? Don't you have some maize or something to grind or something? Leave me the hell alone. Like, what is wrong with all these weird ass Mexicans? People who are being pursued to be sent to El Salvador instead of worrying about finding buscando tu papel. ¿Tiene tu papel? ¿Tiene tu papel? Do you have your papers? Huh? ¿Tiene tu papel? I will call Tom Holman. Okay? You know, I got Tom Holman in the speed line. Mess around with me and find out. How you say F around and find out in Spanish? Bunch of crazy people like this. They're insane. They're truly, truly insane. Go find a man. Go find a man. You find a man. Where, like, did he marry your mama? Did he marry you? Foolishness. People who start being big mamas at 15 right after the quinceañera and want to talk about somebody. Stay out of my damn black burrito. Mind your business. They're so weird, these Mexicans. They're just so bizarre. Anyways, it's enough. I'll give you enough attention.
The judge dismissed it. Prosecutors say back on April 1st, on Monday, Anderson and Robinson were going out for a date. They went back to Anderson's home on South 39th Street sometime after 9 o'clock. Prosecutors say it's between that time and 12:45 in the morning that Anderson killed her. They say he then dismembered her body and scattered them at different parts around the county. Police found her leg, foot, and other human remains in different areas last week, and police arrested Anderson on April 6th during a traffic stop. Now, we did speak with Robinson's family. They gave us a brief statement after court.
Sade was more than a person. She was an angel. Not having her right now is very painful. We need justice for Sade. Me and my family will never be okay. My sister and parents won't stop shaking, and it ain't because they're nervous. Imagine trying to bury your niece with no body for the service. I need justice for Sade. I have nothing more to say.
And prosecutors did say that there are still parts of Sade's body that are still missing. Today, a judge set Anderson's cash bond at $5 million, but his attorney tried to get that lower to $500,000. That was later dismissed. Anderson is due back in court on April 22nd. Live outside of the Milwaukee County Courthouse, Durante Matthews, Fox.
So you see, even though they know he did it, right, his lawyer tried to throw the charge out. He tried to throw it out. His lawyer tried to reduce the bail from $1 million to $500,000, right? That black people lose their mind, like, oh my gosh, like, why you want to? No, but it's like the young man Carmelo want to use self-defense. They're all losing their minds. Oh, you, it's not going to stand. Oh, like, what the freak is wrong with these weirdos? First degree is an overcharge, racial bias. They didn't know each other. So why is it first degree murder? It is excessive. Oh yes, they're so damn silly. Like these weirdo Mexicans, like they really think they're white people. It's like they're so weird. They do too damn much. There was another girl, Erin Rocha or Cucaracha. I don't know como se llama. No sabe. I don't care. Okay. Like it's this bunch of like weirdo Mexicans like on my live and stuff. Like vato, go worry about two people, loco. Do I look like I care? Anything for the Salinas, but damn, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I love Selena. Like, I don't want to dog her people. You know, I love Selena, man. I love Selena. Te amo, Selena. Okay? But por favor, I don't want to dog her people. Ay, Dios mío. ¿Qué eso? Por favor. Okay? Leave me alone. Fuera, fuera, go somewhere. Leave me alone. Shoot. I was over here like, damn, Selena, I'm so sorry, Selena. I ain't mean to talk bad about your people, Selena, but damn, like, they do too much, Selena. Okay? This is too much. Like, what is this? It's still an Afro-Latina. An Afro-Latina. Like, leave me alone. Like, what is this? Like, leave me alone. Like, what is this? What is wrong with these people? Okay? They're so weird. They're just so bizarre. Look at this fake ass white man. Sir, we need to find out more about why you got arrested for sexual assault. Okay? We need to know what happened to your sexual assault charge. Like, the people want to know what happened to your sexual assault. Bye, Miss Silly. Okay. Bye, Guadalupe. Bye, Guadalupe. Enjoy your deportation, Guadalupe. Con tu what was it? 7, 8, 9 niño, mami. Te amo, hermana. Ya que fue. Bye. Okay? Bye, Guadalupe. Guadalupe Cruz. Guadalupe Santa Cruz. Guadalupe Santa Cruz. Bye. Con tu niño. 7 niños, 8 niños, 9 niños, 10 niños. ¿Ah? Nunca de este niño tiene un papá. Ay, 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 mamá. Está en un punta. Está en un little punta, un puntanita. Un puntanita. Okay? Me silly. That's all you got? Yeah. That's so damn silly. I don't even know how to throw shade. You gonna get your feelings hurt. Fuck around and find out. They're so damn stupid. People who start having babies at 16 or 15 want to talk about somebody. Miss Silly. Guadalupe. Guadalupe Santa Cruz. Play these games and cry. Fuck around.
I don't appreciate all the gossip and all the mistruths that people are speaking at this moment.
Is that shocking to hear or read, or at least hear from me, say that that's what he told police after that moment?
No, what do you expect? If you're caught, the best thing you're gonna do is try to lie your way out of it. Now, I'm not saying he's a liar, but the truth and the facts, justice will prevail. It has nothing to do with me.
I want to talk about the charity that the public has really shown, and obviously the complete wrapping of arms. I know that's some phrases that you always hear about when we talk about these situations, but you guys set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have really come to the aid of your family.
I am overwhelmed. I had no idea the response that this generated. And my hope was to bring awareness.
To what?
So this tragedy doesn't happen to another family.
Exactly. So tell white people to tell their kids to be kind and to keep their hands to themselves. Had your son kept his hand to himself, we wouldn't be here today, sir. So make it make sense.
I don't want a parent to go through the pain I have to go through. Money will never bring my son back.
But you'll take the money anyways. This white scammer. Money not gonna keep my son, bring my son back, but I'll get the money. And my thing is, why are you the one that has the GoFundMe? The mom should have the GoFundMe because you left your family. You left your family. The sons live with her. So why are you the one that's opening the GoFundMe? Even that, it's gonna turn into some beef. Even that, the money from this, it's gonna turn into some beef because why is he the one to open the GoFundMe? He left his family. Like, he got arrested, got in trouble. She left. She took the kids. Why are you the one to open the GoFundMe when the kids live with their mom? That makes no sense to me. Una scammer, un gringo scammer, okay?
But I have to take care of what's left. And I have support of my friends, my family, my neighbors, the community, people I don't even know, my coworkers, everyone. We had a vigil last night at the church. It was full. It holds 1,700 people, impromptu. It was the most moving, touching thing I could ever feel.
He said at the church, 1,700 people. He meant the Klansmen. Okay, this is what their church looked like. Okay, he said 1,700 people at the church. Yeah, that's what their church looked like. 1,700 people, a bunch of Klansmen. Okay, had this thing happened in what 1925? Oh yeah, they would have lynched Carmelo. They would have lynched him. Because the way white people think they know it all, they would have lynched him. Hold on. Let's find Dessalines real quick, what he got to say. Let's see what Dessalines has to say. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Sorry. Stop sharing. Oh, my thingy keeps crashing. Let me start over. They're so annoying, these. Oh, yeah. 1,700 white Christians. Yeah, it was the Klan. It definitely was the Klan. Texas, 1,700 white Christians showed up. It was the Klan, y'all. It was the Klan. KKK. The Klan. Bunch of Klansmen. Y'all, if this had been 1925, they would have murdered Carmelo that night. They would have murdered him. They would have murdered him. White people, they don't do due process of law. They take everything to their own goofy ass, low IQ hands. They think they know it all. Bunch of remedial people like this can't even keep up with the Chinese when they go do factory work. They're silly asses.
And Carmelo Anthony. Now, as black men, we have to be aware and we have to be hyper vigilant when our we back. Now today's gonna be a quick video. I want to talk about propaganda, media propaganda, especially as it relates to this case between Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony. Now, as black men, we have to be aware and we have to be hyper vigilant when our image is assaulted in the public, right? Like how we seen in this case. We've seen the media, the social platforms, the conservative commentators like Matt Walsh, right? Matt Walsh, before we even had the facts, before we even had the full story, before any investigation was done, Matt Walsh, guys like
the man who calls himself a Christian, another white Christian, okay? Another Klansman, okay? I feel like Matt, when he's at home, his final form is this. Like, it has to be. It has to be, because the final form for a white man, especially a white Christian, is the Klan. It's the Klan. It's the Ku Klux Klan. They're crazy.
Like Steve Crowder or whatever his name is, they already ran with the propaganda. Immediately, they started attaching all type of negative stereotypes to Carmelo. Oh, man, this guy's a violent thug, a violent criminal. Oh, he must have had a criminal past. Oh, he must have came from a fatherless home, a broken home, product of a single mother, right? He must have been involved with the local street gangs. And on top of that, they tried to contrast that with this fraudulent image of Austin Metcalf, right? The innocent American church boy who went to church on Sunday and was playing football that was going to go to the NFL and give turkeys away to the community. And it was all because of the violent black savage that ended his life. Now we no longer going to get the turkeys, right? They painted this fraudulent image and made it seem like Austin Metcalf came from a religious Christian American family. And Carmelo Anthony came from some rundown project building. And he would, his mom is on drugs and his father's not around. And this typical, black savage, we need to put him in prison. But like I said in my first video about the situation, a lot of people, especially from the conservative right, they simply use this situation in particular as a launch pad to express whatever negative sentiments they already had in their heart. And unfortunately for them, the bad thing about that is when you jump to conclusions, you end up looking stupid. Because not only did we find out that Austin himself was the aggressor in the situation, but now come to find out that Austin was the one that came from the broken home. Austin was the one whose mom and dad wasn't together. Austin was the one whose father got a criminal record. And Carmelo was the one that actually came from the two-parent home, living in the nice suburb, mom and dad still together, right? So everything they projected onto Carmelo, it came back onto Austin, right? Making it seem like Carmelo was the violent thug looking for a confrontation. Turns out that was Austin, right? Making it seem like, oh man, his daddy not around, his mother, single mother household, right? Turns out that was Austin. And that's what we're going to be talking about in today's video. But just to jog your memory, I want to take you back to some of the posts that I had seen on social media when the story first broke out, right? How certain people just rush to judgment with the negative sentiments and the negative stereotypes, right? Take a look up on the screen.
Let's go.
This person said, 100% Carmelo Anthony's father does not live in a home. And as a
but yet somehow they're not racist. I think this is like what a picture of like Archangel Michael as a white man. So, but yet they're not racist. They know so much about black people. Like they're just so crazy.
Criminal record. This person said, of course, I bet Carmelo lives in a single mother household. This person said, I'm assuming Carmelo was trying to act like a gangster. Perhaps this all started because he has no father at home. Justice for Austin. This person said, I'm wondering if Carmelo Anthony's being raised by a single mother. Without the fatherly role model to advise or provide an example, young men will often act without considering the consequences. He would also make sure that his son wouldn't be lethally armed in this setting. Now, like I said, this is how the story came up on my radar, because I was just scrolling through social media and all I seen is, oh man, black man this is why black men's pieces of shit. You know, I was like, damn. I was like, God damn, man, what's going on, right? So then I seen this story was the topic of conversation, right? But then I seen that they were just simply using this story as an avatar to simply express whatever they felt inside their heart already before the story even came out. Exactly. Now let's continue. This person said, this is the piece of trash who killed a white straight A student. This is the majority of teen black men in this country who think guns, drugs, and violence is respect. Without a doubt, he had no father in the home and his mother was a drug addict. Wow. This cannot be fixed. Wow. Right? So these were the type of sentiments that I was just seeing just flooding social media in those first couple of days before we got additional information. Now, after, the police report came out, witnesses came forward, a lot of these sentiments went back into the shadows, but those first couple of days, bro, it was 1935 on social media, bro. The Confederates was outside, man. The Confederates, the white supremacists, man. Listen, the colonists, man, the colonists was in the building in them first couple of days, man. They was letting it fly. They was getting it off, bro. They was getting it off. That's why I started covering this story, because I was like, man, this is straight propaganda. This is straight propaganda. But anyways, right, like I said, they tried.
Let me stop it right here. Let me show y'all this, right? So here is Carmelo with his family. They have money. Austin and his family, they don't have money. They really don't. Here's Carmelo with his family. Here's Carmelo getting a Lexus at 16. And look at their house. It's brick all around. They don't even have like that plastic siding people have sometimes. They don't have that. The entire house is fully bricked up. Like it's brick everywhere, right? This is Carmelo. He also has a second car. Fresh J's. He has another car. So he has two cars. He has the Lexus. He has a Lexus, and then he has this red Wrangler. That's also his car. Right? This is Carmelo also, his mom, his dad. His dad also carries. So I'm sure, that's why I feel like even the nice stuff, I feel like his parents said it was okay for him to have it. That's why I said talking about absent father where. Once again, on a roll. Here's Carmelo with his family, $300 headsets. They're at Disney. I don't even think those white folks, the Metcalf, have money for that. I mean, a father getting arrested for sexual assault, like make it make sense. You see, that's him with his car. So he has two cars. That's him with his dad. Like, I don't even know where they get the stuff from. Like, they're just insane. They are truly insane. And also, let me show you this. Let me show you this quickly. Let me show you this in the U.S. by ethnicity, right? Let me also show you this. Like, they think they have so much money, right? White people think they have so much money. So let me show you this. Like, people want to rob them. Like, there's nothing to rob. You're a bunch of poor people. Today also, sorry. Oh gosh, my thing keeps doing this. Stop sharing. Let me show you guys also. You need to see this. Let me put myself back up. They think they have all this money and all this stuff to steal. Like, you people are begging for factory jobs from China. Like, what is there to steal? In America today, median household income, United States per ethnic group, right? So the highest paid ethnic group are Indian Americans. Like, you don't have that much money. White Americans are like 60,000, right? So it's like, you don't make that much money. You really do not have that much money. Look over here. In 2023, the median household income in the U.S. was $80,610, with significant variations by race and ethnicity. Asian households had the highest median income at $112,800, right? So it's like, you're not making that much money. White households, not Hispanic, have a median income of $89,000. So white people, even in America, like, you're not the richest people in America. You're not the highest paid in America. Indians are, like, Asians and South Asians, they make more than y'all. Like, what the freak? Keep up with the times. Keep up with the time. Why would anybody want to steal from people who are begging Trump to bring manufacturing jobs from China? You're not even aspirational. You're not even ambitious. You want Chinese jobs. You're not even ambitious. You're in the first world country, but you're salivating over jobs from a third world, second world country. Nobody needs to steal from y'all. You're broke. Like, move around. They are insane. They are truly, truly insane. So let's get back with the video. They're crazy. They're really crazy.
To use this story to not only denigrate black men, but also black families, black mothers, just the black race as a whole, to be honest, right? They just launched an assault on the entire black race because of this story, and then they got embarrassed when the full narrative, the truth really came out, and it was your boy that was actually the aggressor. It was your boy that came from a broken home. It was your boy who had the criminal father. And speaking of the criminal father, that's what we're going to talk about right now. So
let's go.
We're going to talk about Austin Metcalf's father, because it's only right? They talking about the black man's father, the black man don't got no father, the black man this and that. It's only right that we also, also make the psychoanalysis, also give them an evaluation as well. Exactly. Now, before I get into it, I just want to give a disclaimer. All information shared in this video is based upon publicly available records, right? This is strictly commentary for educational purposes. This is fair use. The intent of this video.
Like they're sitting here like Trump is going to bring back manufacturing. Trump is going to bring back manufacturing from China. I'm like, you want the Chinese men's job? Like, there's so many people they're so remedial. Okay. GDP per capita, China, they're so insane, right? This is how much a Chinese person makes in China. They make $12,614. Why do you want their job? Like, why do you want their job, right? GDP per capita in America is almost like 83,000. Why do you want the job of the Chinese man, right? If it's not that these people are they're not ambitious. They are not ambitious. They're so mediocre. Like, there's nothing to steal. What are we going to steal here? Okay? 12,614,000. When you hear all the noise they're making on the internet, you would think these Chinese are out there making $100,000 working in a factory. Like, why do you want to work a Chinese job? You are in a first world country, but you're waiting for Trump to bring you the Chinese people job. Like, they are insane. They're so unambitious. Okay. Hold on. I'm like, so hold on. So this is what they want to do? This is what white Americans want. They want to do this? These people are just so unambitious. So why would anybody steal from? They're so unambitious. This is what you want to do full time. You want to do this full time. Like, they're so mediocre. Crime over third world jobs is really sad. And then the only reason they say Mexicans should not be deported is because who will clean your toilets and pick your crops? Yeah, because they see them as slaves. They're so disgusting. But I'm like, this is what you want to do. This is what you want Trump to bring back to America. These white people are so mediocre. Manufacturing jobs from China. Not even Germany. No, China. So you want to do this. So this is what white Americans want to do. These people are something else. Okay? So this is the job that you want Trump to bring back to America. When I tell you Trump ain't got no respect for these people, Trump is a bully. Trump ain't got no respect for his base. This is what you want to do. Unbelievable. They want factory jobs. They want to work. They want the Chinese man's job. Are you serious? Whatever. So you want to look at this. Let's look at this. So this is what these white Americans want to do. They are so weird. Hold on. What's happening with my stuff? They could never. They were picketing over Amazon warehouse condition. They can never do what the Chinese do. I'm like, this is what they want to do. Trump has no respect for these people. Like, American workers doing this? What is this? What is this? So this is the manufacturing that Trump wants to bring back to America. This is what these white people are they're so happy like this. This is what you want to do. Condoms, noodles, ramen noodles, cell phones. What is this? Earplugs. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. The mediocrity. Water bottles. Unbelievable. What is this? So this is like this. You want to have these people's jobs. I swear, these people ain't got no self-respect. They don't have any kind of self-respect. What kind of job is you? What? Oh my God. So these are the jobs. These are the jobs that they want Trump to bring back to America. Unbelievable. This is what you want to do. These people are so they are so unambitious. They lack ambition. They truly, truly lack ambition. And when you tell a white person they're mediocre to their face, they think you're trying to be mean. But who wants the Chinese man's job? Like, you want to sit there and do this all day. You want to sit there and do this all day. They're so lame. They're just so lame. They're just, oh my gosh, they're just so lame.
Is to challenge certain narratives, provide critical analysis, not to harass, defame, or target any specific individuals. I just got to give that disclaimer first, just to, cover my back. Now, going back to what I said about Austin being raised by the criminal father. Now, it actually came out that Austin's father, when Austin was a young child, Austin's father was actually arrested for criminal offenses of an explicit nature, right? A crime involving a female victim. I'll just say, I'm assuming it's a female victim. Now, I could only imagine what the propaganda would have looked like against Carmelo Anthony and his family if we find out that Carmelo Anthony's father had a history of assaulting women. Once again, I'm assuming it's a woman. I don't know if it was a man or a child. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that it was a woman, right? Imagine if Carmelo Anthony's father had that same criminal history. Oh man, Matt Walsh, guys like Matt Walsh, Steven Crowder, anybody you could name on that political on that side of the spectrum, they would have ran with the story. They would have been all over all the social media platforms, right? And that would have been an indictment of all black men and all black fathers around the world. And not only that, but they would have attached his father's criminal history to his current action. They would have said, oh man, because his father went to prison and his father had felony charges for this charge and that charge, that's why his son was out here stabbing random pedestrians, right? And that's why black men this and that. That's why black men this and that. Man, they would have been going off, right? But as you can see, they're silent. They are silent now that this information has came out. And that's what I mean when I talk about propaganda. And it's crazy because I had a bunch of these guys, these white conservative guys come into my comment section and they tell me, bro, don't make it about race. It's not about race. Bro, what you mean it's not about race? Y'all made it about race. Y'all were the one that went on the offense leading on the grounds of race. Y'all were the one that framed the narrative and framed the story as black child, white child, black attacker, white victim. Y'all were the one from the first day, from day one. Before any information came out, y'all were the one that made it about race, right? But just like your mentality where you think you could attack somebody first and then determine how they react, it's the same thing here. You lead with race, and when I respond based on the rules of engagement you set, now you tell me don't make it about race. Exactly. This is your culture. This is how they operate. They make it about race, right? You return the energy, and then all of a sudden they say, bro, don't make it about race. Why you making it about race?
Exactly.
Like I said, man, y'all some weirdos, man. Y'all some bozos for real.
So weird.
But anyways, when I seen this information, it really made sense to me because during this whole time I was talking about how was this young man raised? Why does he feel that he could walk up to a complete stranger and violate somebody's personal space? Not only violate the personal space, but physically remove them, right? Committing assault, broad daylight, right? Why does he feel comfortable doing that? What type of household was he raised in? Come to find out, he was raised in a typical, stereotypical, broken household with the criminal father they projected on Carmelo, right? So if your father didn't understand consent because he was going around getting convicted of crimes of an explicit nature, crimes against women, right? If your father didn't understand consent, and that's probably why you and your mother and father, that's probably why they broke up. So how can I expect you to understand consent and not violating somebody's personal space when your own father went to jail for similar reasons? Like I said, man, it's crazy how they led with the propaganda. But I want black men to be aware of the propaganda and don't be just so lackadaisical and so nonchalant when they play with our image and they assault our image. You know, for real. That's why I covered this story, man. I wasn't gonna sit back and let them talk and spread this propaganda. Hell no. And now you can see they're looking stupid out here. They're looking crazy out here. But anyways, that's why it's so ironic, right? Because we tell them, man, keep your hands to yourself. If the boy kept his hands to himself, none of this would have ever happened. But how could we expect him to keep his hands to himself when his own father couldn't even keep his hands to himself? So much so that he has blemishes all over his criminal record. It's crazy. But anyways, I want to get into some clips talking about the situation that I thought were interesting. Run the clips. I'll be right back.
So Jeffrey Metcalf, the father of the twins, Austin and Hunter Metcalf, Austin, of course, being the victim who unfortunately lost his life at the Frisco track meet at the hands of Carmelo Anthony. We know this. He asked a very powerful...
I don't believe, for me, Marlene, you need to stop calling Austin a victim. He is not a victim. He is an assailant who succumbed to his injuries. Like, He is an assailant. He is not a victim. Carmelo is the victim. Austin is not the victim. He's the aggressor. Yes, he died, but just because you die doesn't make you a victim. If a woman's getting beat by a husband and she kills her husband, right, to protect herself because it's domestic violence, is the husband now the victim because he's dead? No, he's not a victim. He's an aggressor. She killed him. Just because you die doesn't make you a victim. Austin is not a victim. He's the aggressor who succumbed to his injuries while aggressing a person. Carmelo is the victim. Austin is not a victim. He is an aggressor. He is an aggressor. And are you kidding me? Are you kidding? You see how big he is right here? Victim where? Victim where? He is the aggressor. He's the one who chose to create all this. And he minded his business, wouldn't be here, putting his hands on people, right? So he succumbed to his injuries in the commission of his aggression. So that's his fault. He caused this to himself. He's not a victim. Carmelo is the victim. So stop saying this. He's not a victim. Child, nobody told this man to put his hands on people. It's a choice he made. He's not a victim. Don't say that. He's not a victim.
Powerful question. And that powerful question that he asked was, what kind of family did Carmelo come from? And what kind of family would raise a young man like Carmelo Anthony? And why is the question about the parents so important, right? Because we know that the parents are the ones who are raising the children, and the parents' character, their morals, and their value system, it's important to know what it is, because then we probably can understand more why the child reacts and does the things that they do. I don't think it was wrong that he asked that question, but my question would be, since Jeffrey Metcalf was arrested back in 2011 for sexual assault, in 2011, his sons would have already been born because they're 17. So that means they would have had to been born around 2007 or so, right? And we know that he's not married or together with the twins' mother. They're separated because they have several different GoFundMes, one for him, one for the wife, and they might even have one for Hunter, but who knows? But I would want to know what kind of family would raise a young man who would try to push, physically remove someone from underneath.
Hold on. So this family has 3 GoFundMes, and white people don't have an issue with that. So his GoFundMe has 300,000. The mom has a GoFundMe. Hunter has a GoFundMe. But Carmelo has one fundraiser, and they take issue with that. Let me go look it up. These people are a bunch of scammers. They are a bunch of scammers. Why does he have a GoFundMe if the mother already has a GoFundMe? That's why I said earlier, why does he have a GoFundMe if the kids don't even stay with him? And we need to even find out if this man is not behind on child support. This is so disgusting. This is so disgusting.
A tent who just wants to stay dry because it's raining cats and dogs.
Wow.
Because I think anybody who is a devout, born-again Christian, their morals and their value systems would say, hey, get up under this tent and stay dry. So just as important as it is for Jeffrey Metcalf to ask who raised Carmelo Anthony, I would want to know who raised Austin Metcalf to be the bully young man that he was on that fateful day down in Frisco, Texas.
Because let's just be real, if Carmelo's dad had an essay charge on his...
Hold on, you guys, hold on. Would you look at this? So how many go? So he's doing one. Do y'all see this? But this man is a con man. Okay, so he doesn't have custody of his kids. Divorced, the wife had to leave him because of SA. This family is a hot ass mess. This family is a hot ass mess. So you don't have full custody. You don't have primary custody. The kids stay with the mama. You caused the shame because you got arrested for sexual assault. And he's the one that has the GoFundMe. So he raised $340,000. Like this probably is the mom, right? So the mom, she does her GoFundMe, and the mom who has full custody, she only has $175,000. Then there's wherever this is, support, that's $30. I don't even know what's going on here. This is so weird. But this man is out of order. Hold on. I'm gonna do a video tomorrow about this. This man is a con artist. Okay, I'm not even a fan of the mom, but I'm like, I think the mom's a liar. I think she's a Karen. But my thing is, if the lady has full custody of the sons, if they live with her full time, if they've lived with her since they were 4, she should have the $340,000. Matter of fact, she should be the only one to run a GoFundMe, and all the money should go to her because she had custody of these kids. Why is he opening a GoFundMe? Wow. The truth will come out. I'm a Christian. Yeah, right. Make it make sense. What a thief. What a nasty thief. That's so disgusting.
It's a record. It will be all over social media. It'll be on YouTube. It'll be on Facebook. It'll be on Instagram. It'll be on TikTok. Matter of fact, it will be on all news outlets. I told y'all the game is cold. The media is cold with this shit. This family went to every news outlet, and instead of the news telling the truth about this family, that they are dysfunctional as hell, the news outlets tried to make this family look perfect, saying they was God-fearing, religious family, all that bullcrap.
I just wanted to put this right here because I noticed that a lot of people racist people specifically, were saying that Carmelo Anthony must not have had his father in his life. And his father must be a deadbeat, no good person to raise this thug, and that he must be living in the hood and not living good. So I wanted to share these family photos of Carmelo Anthony with his father, his mother, and his siblings, who actually have been together for over 17 years. This family has been together for over 17 years.
That's beautiful.
Okay. One mom, all 4 kids, same dad, very middle upper class family. Interesting. Because I think a lot of racist people were saying that he didn't come from a loving family and that his father was probably in prison or a loser and had abandoned him when he was young because of the stereotypes that you guys hear about black people. The black father must not have been in the home. Well, it seems like his father loves him very much, and it seems like he was raised a good young man, whether you guys like it or not. But you know who came from a broken home? The Metcalf boys came from a broken home because their parents aren't together. And I think the question that I would want to know is, I wonder how coming from a home where the parents aren't together, how that would have affected the twins. I wonder.
So like I said, man, don't come into my comment section telling me don't make it about race. It's not about race, bro. Don't make it about race, bro. Listen, we didn't make it about race. The story would have been buried in the local news if y'all didn't take it and plaster it all over social media and make it viral. Y'all made it viral. Y'all made it racial, right? Then it backfired, made y'all look stupid. Now y'all, hey, listen, it's not about race. Let's just wait for the court case. Now y'all want to wait for trial, right? But y'all was eager to talk about it on the first day. Because for the vast majority of y'all didn't give a damn about Austin. It simply gave y'all an opportunity, a launch pad to vent whatever negative sentiments you already had bubbling up inside you for God knows how long. You've been felt that way you felt about black children and black fathers and black mothers and the black race. You've been felt how you felt, right? Whether Austin lived or died, you would have been felt that way regardless. It just finally gave you a launch pad. It finally gave you an opportunity, an open field to express how you feel. But damn, it's so ironic. Everything you projected on Carmelo actually is a reflection of your boy Austin from top to bottom, right? From top to bottom. You know, your boy Austin fits every single stereotype you try to.
Did I not tell you this? Did I not tell you this? I don't know which lie, because there's so many lies, but did I not tell you this? That everything they wish for Carmelo is going to be their portion. Did I not tell you this? I said everything they speak, all these evil things they have spoken on Carmelo, it is going to be their portion. I also told you all the curses they spoke against Carmelo, it is going to be their portion. I also told you that mother and that father, they seem to love to be deviant, scammers, scammerly. I don't know how you say it, a bunch of scammers. But I also told you, right? She already lost one son. It would behoove her to talk to Hunter and to say what truly happened, and then do the right thing. Do the right thing, because if we keep pushing this, I'm telling you, Hunter might get arrested. Hunter might be the one getting charged for his brother's murder. But yeah, pretty much, right? Because they instigated this fight and it led to his brother getting killed. So he's going to get charged. So if she don't want to see one son beneath in the grave and one son in prison, this lady needs to do the right thing. Okay, now I hope she has some kind of understanding of God, and maybe she doesn't, because some people, they're such pagans. The people say a hard head makes for a soft behind. So it might have to take her son being charged for her to understand, like, you have to tell the truth though. You got to be an honest human being. You got to have honesty, because you play these games, your son is going to get charged for the passing of his brother, because it was 2 against 1, maybe even more than 2 against 1. We don't even fully know. And that's why with Jason Whitlock and his probiotic needing ass, I said he's older his videos. I'm like, yeah. And the videos are going to corroborate that they were overpowering Carmelo. And he had a reason to be afraid. So he don't have to worry. They have to worry, because right now they're going from media platform to whoever want to hear it, crying and boo-boo crying and making it, oh, Austin was an angel. Austin was so awesome. What kind of awesome person, especially somebody that's so much bigger, wouldn't say it's okay if you sit here because it's raining? No, he used the size to bully people. And we saw how he tackled people. I don't want to play the video again, though, but my point is, he's a big-ass person. He's a big-ass dude. And someone the size of Carmelo is nothing to him. He could press Carmelo twice. So their sons are bully. Both their sons are bullies. Broken home bullies. Make it make sense. Insanity.
To attach to Carmelo, right? Belligerent, broken home, criminal father, no example, no home training, going out into the streets, assaulting pedestrians. Everything you try to attach to Carmelo, which by association you try to attach to black men as a whole, is simply a reflection of your boy Austin. That's why you don't jump to conclusions. That's why you don't spread propaganda. That's why you don't try to sell false narratives for your own personal gain. But anyways, I'm not going to be here too long, man. Not going to be here too long. I just had to come in and I just had to talk about propaganda and the importance of black men not to allow these individuals from assaulting us with propaganda, and the importance of, when you see propaganda, destroy the propaganda and debunk the propaganda, right? Anyways, it's your boy Never Car. That's Elaine back in the Billy. Yes, indeed. Cash App in the description. Support.
That's his channel right here. So if you guys want to support him, here's the channel, okay? So make sure you support the brother. Now I have another video I'm going to play for y'all, because this is true. This man right here, I love this man and his channel. So this channel is Middle Nation, and it's called America's Dishonesty by Dysfunction. And he truly explained why is it that white Americans truly do not have the capacity to be honest people. And that's why when white people tell you a thing, believe the complete opposite. They're not capable of telling the truth, though. They're not just not capable. Hold on. Let him talk. Hold on.
The situation in America objectively, maybe some of the elements that are usually overlooked in America, or that are only overlooked in isolation. But let's look at it as a whole. Let's look at it as an organic whole. First of all, roughly half of all of the current working age population in America today, the adult population, between 40 to 50% of the adults who are in America today, who are, in the leading positions in America, whether it's in business or in government or what have you, about half of the adult population in America grew up with divorced parents, means single mothers mostly. Okay, well, we're all aware of the emotional and the developmental issues that can affect kids when they're growing up in broken homes without fathers, and so on. There is trauma from that, no doubt. No matter how great that mother is, no matter how great that father may be, a child without two parents who are actively involved in bringing that child up, that child has a much harder time than a child who has both parents. That's a statistical fact. Okay, so half of your adults grew up like that. They were impacted by that. Then if you look at the statistics of...
We know Austin and his brother didn't have their daddy. Okay, so there's trauma there. And then because they know they're the ones with the issue, they try to bring that onto... they try to put that onto Austin. Onto Carmelo. And hold on. If I go to this video, you'll see when she was asked... if she had a husband, she didn't want like her son shushed her. Hold on, let me play this video. Let me play this one. Hold on. Hold on, stop sharing. Oh, my thing is always struggling. Let me do this. Okay, because they don't want people to realize that they're from a broken home, because they know they're gonna be judged because of that. Hold on.
Yes, okay.
Yes, sir.
But I have seen interviews with your husband in the last 24 hours, and it was remarkable to me that I heard your husband say, within hours of this, that he forgave this other young man, and he got there so quickly. And I honestly don't know that I could.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at him trying to signal to his mom. This boy, he's not a good liar. It's always in his face. Look at his face. Look at Hunter's face when the man says husband. He's like, oh crap, right? You see, even the cross, them putting the cross, all of this is virtue signaling. They're not good actors. These people make a mockery of God. They make a mockery of God. Hold
This
on.
other young man, that he forgave this other young man,
Look at his
and
face.
he got there so quickly.
He said something to her. You see what he said? Look, do y'all see this? Y'all probably asleep. It's okay. Look at his face. I need to find this.
That he forgave this other young. Okay.
Yes, sir.
But I have seen interviews with your husband in the last 24 hours.
Look at his face. When he said husband, look.
And it was remarkable to me that I heard your husband say within hours of this that he forgave this other young man, that he forgave this other young man, and he got.
Look. You see this? You see? Whispering something at his mom. You see this? You see this? This is the same thing he did in the other interview. When he's lying, his eyes start going places. I've noticed that with him. When he lies, like when he starts lying, his eyes go other places. So he started whispering something to his mom. Y'all see this? Look again. Look at this little liar. Look at this.
To me that I heard your husband say within hours of this that he forgave this other young man, that he forgave this other young man, and he got there so quickly. And I honestly don't know that I could. And I just want to see, and I don't know if there's a right or a wrong place to be, especially as quickly as this has happened. Megan, how do you feel on that front today?
I am not like their dad. I am so angry at that boy.
Happened. Young man, that he forgave this other young man.
Let me do it again.
Who I can hear in the side, by the way. I think he's there in the room with you. I saw him.
Look. It's right here, huh? Sorry, you guys. Sorry.
I just saw his soul leave. It took my soul too.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to ask you one last question. I've seen interviews with your husband, who I can hear in the side, by the way. I think he's there in the room with you. I saw an interview last night. Okay.
You see how he shushed her? You see? You see this? Lying ass family. Lying ass people. Just a bunch of liars. Let's say
the developmental issues that can affect kids when they're growing up in broken homes.
Yep.
Homes without fathers, and so on.
Yep.
There is trauma from that, no doubt. No matter how great that mother is, no matter how great that father may be, a child without two parents who are actively involved in bringing that child up, that child has a much harder time than a child who has both parents. That's a statistical fact. Okay, so half of your adults grew up like that.
And who has both parents? Carmelo has both of his parents. Okay. Who grew up with both parents in the house? Carmelo did. Okay. Carmelo had both parents in the house. So between Carmelo and with two parents in the home versus these people that don't have parents in their home, yeah, Carmelo is going to be calmer. That's why he was sitting there minding his business. Okay. Once again, here's Carmelo with his family. Here's it with his family. Here's with his parents. Here they are at Disney. So it's like he had a father in the home, and that's why he wasn't bothering anybody. But the two boys with no fathers in the home are the aggressors. We're not surprised. We are not surprised.
That they were impacted by that. Then if you look at the statistics of abuse and neglect that was reported throughout the 1980s and 1990s, somewhere between 25% and 40% of all American adults today suffered abuse while they were growing up. Physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, emotional neglect, and so on. Do you understand? So you have that trauma as well in your adult population and all of the associated psychological aftermath of that they're dealing with, that they're coping with. At least 10% of American adults today grew up in poverty and economic hardship when they were children. And now in adulthood, 25% of adult American women have been victims of rape or attempted rape. And half of all American women have experienced some form of sexual violence. A quarter of all men, American men, have suffered some form of sexual violence in the United States. Now, if you look,
and don't forget the father. So the father was arrested for sexual assault. So Austin and Hunter, parents don't make that much money. Parents get divorced. They live with their mom. Only God knows what kind of income she was making, right? Taking care of 2 kids. We don't even know if the father's behind on child support. Let's be so honest, right? He could be behind on child support. What do we know? She could be receiving welfare. What do we know? This is all the things that are like, I'm like, it's all going to come out, right? It's going to come out. And I'm pretty sure their dad's a deadbeat. I am pretty sure that white man, Jeffrey Metcalf, is a deadbeat. He didn't just get arrested once, y'all. He got arrested multiple times. And then he has the audacity to open a GoFundMe, right? Then the father also arrested for sexual assault. It's like, just think about the environment these kids grew up in. No father in the home, living with mom. She works, whatever kind of job she works, right? Poverty, it's a lot. It's a lot. I could see why they were doing so much at 9 o'clock in the morning. So much aggression.
look at the other crime statistics of the past, say 4 decades, then that would leave you with 20% of all Americans who know someone who's been murdered. It's a brutal society. The people have grown up with severe and abnormal conditions in that country, all of which are deteriorative to their mental health. And now think about the fact that an adult in America today, say someone who was born in 1990, if they were born in 1990, they're 35 years old now, they likely spent 50,000 hours watching television, 40,000 hours surfing the internet, and up to 20,000 hours playing video games. That's 110,000 hours of passive media consumption, 35% of their entire life. That's more time than they've probably spent working or studying or even sleeping. It's equivalent to spending every waking moment of an entire decade glued to a screen. I mean, in fact, if you want to be accurate about it, we should just subtract the time that they probably slept. You know, only count their waking hours. In that case, the average 35-year-old American has literally spent more than half of their life watching television, surfing the internet, or playing video games. Passive consumption of media, roughly 55% of their lives. I mean, no wonder whenever anything even mildly interesting happens in their life, they'll say, wow, it was just like a movie, without fail, you know? Because media is literally their frame of reference. Media, popular media, not actual experience.
And this is true because the vast majority of white people, especially these white racists who say, oh, you didn't have a mom, you grew up in the project, daddy's in prison, right? Where do they get that from? It's the media. The vast majority of these white people don't truly know black people. They have an image, a very prejudiced, bigoted, racist image of black people that they consume through the media. They don't have black friends. They don't even know that many black people. They barely know any black person. Okay? Everything is through the media because they consume so much content. And I also believe that when it comes to them always feeling like, oh, I'm always in the right, I can play police, I can play the superhero, I can play the tough guy, they also get that notion from the movies. Because in the movies, it's usually the white man that's the savior. What is that? If black men stopped degrading black women online, they wouldn't have ammunition. I don't think so. I think it's both people who degrade each other. I think black women degrade black men, and black men also degrade black women. So it goes both ways. I feel like anytime you want to give advice to someone, give advice to yourself first, right? Because when you notice things about people, what have you noticed about yourself, right? Both genders need to do better. Both genders need to do better, right? Everybody could do better. Everybody could be more mindful of how they open their mouths, right? Everybody could be more mindful. Right? Even when black people have access to making movies, whether it's black women making movies, black men making movies, everybody should be mindful of the kind of movies they have, right? When black women have podcasts, black men have podcasts, everybody should be mindful how they talk about other people. You can be upset, you can have your grievances, but in all things have self-awareness. Because just when you start to complain about somebody, you got to ask yourself, what part did I play in this? But what happens is people want to blame other people all the time. No, part of being an adult is looking at yourself, right? Because the moment you take ownership for yourself and you control how you talk and how you behave, you affect the environment around you. It takes 2 people to fight. It takes 2 people to argue. And it takes 2 people to degrade a community. So both genders are doing this. So somebody got to say, I'm not going to partake in that, right? Like me, I do live. I've seen it all. I have racist white people. I have xenophobes. I have, you name it, Mexican. I have it all. I don't internalize it, right? Because at the end of the day, it's how you choose to react to stuff. People have to remember, I have the power on how I choose to react with my environment, right? Everybody needs to be mindful. Everybody needs to be mindful. Words of kindness is not going to hurt anybody. You have the right to be upset, but you don't have the right to be disrespectful. There are just way too many Black women who are comfortable calling Black men the N-word. And nobody ever says, okay, that's overstepping, right? You're upset, but you don't have to be disrespectful, right? It goes both ways. Disrespect out here, it goes both ways. It goes both ways. But oh no, I'm not going to change first. You got to change first. Maturity is, I start with self. Maturity, accountability, and being an adult. You don't wait for someone to do the right thing. You do it also. Yeah, but like you see, the thing is like, but the problem is we don't help ourselves. Like we normalize this baby mama, daddy mentality. We have gender wars about the man is the prize, and show writers like Tyler Perry, Sean 50 portrays poorly. But okay, so like to me, I do feel like I don't even believe me. If we're being honest, I don't even think like the vast majority of Black women are baby mamas. I think because we don't control the media, because it's usually white-led, especially the small hat people, right? They make it so that this is all you see because we don't control the media. We don't even control what we see. Now, we have a choice to say, I'm not going to engage with that, but we engage with it, right? But like the sexy red and things like that, you don't walk outside and see that. Like you don't really walk outside and see that. It's only when you're on social media that you see it. And because social media is like some goofy ass echo chamber, you can think, oh, that's real life, but it's not real life. But they want you to believe it's real life, right? You don't walk outside and see a bunch of YNs walking around. Like you don't see that kind of stuff. But on social media or in the media, they want you to believe that these people are omnipresent everywhere you go. That is not the case. It really is not the case. Even on social media, they have things like, oh, Black men don't like Black women. But then you look at the statistics, there's so many Black men and Black women who are married. Right? Because people want to like, oh, what I see, but what you see is only social media. People want to use anecdotal like experiences or what they heard on social media. We have numbers for these things, right? Many Black men and many Black women are happily married. But people don't want to see that because the thing is, when it comes to social media, people do everything for the algorithm. Not because of integrity or because they seek to create a place of harmony. People do all things for the algorithm. And the algorithm has a tendency of rewarding bad behavior, negativity, divisiveness, right? Because that's the only way, that's not the only way, but that's the easiest, lazy way to get views. So we have a lot of lazy content creators and they intentionally talk about certain things. They edit stuff a certain way because they know they want to go viral. All they care about is going viral. They don't care how this stuff affects people or how it causes gender wars, diaspora wars, whatever war. They don't care because their goal is to go viral. You know, and that's why sometimes you have like, you know what, foolishness. I'm not getting involved in this, right? People have a choice to say, I'm not getting involved with this. You don't have to consume the content, but you also have to understand that it's all about the algorithm, and people will feed the algorithm whatever they think is going to bring views. And it's usually divisive, drama, confusion, foolishness, effery, right? Because people don't want peaceful, harmonious, loving content. People want toxicity. You put a piece of toxic content on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, or even X, you'll get all kinds of views without even trying. So it's like a lot of people are not encouraged to truly make quality content. Once upon a time, when people just couldn't make content any kind of way because you had to go through a network, you got to go to a TV, right? When we used to have gatekeepers, the content was not this toxic. But today, everybody has a phone. And because everybody has a phone, everybody can create content. There's no level of training. You don't have to write a script. You don't even have to prove your word. You have a phone, you turn it on, and you post it. Because everybody has a phone. And that's the real problem. It's like there are no gatekeepers. Even for the Black image, like whether it's the Black woman's image, the Black man's image, the Black daughter's image, the Black boy's image, there are no gatekeepers. Because anybody with a phone can create content. So now here we are. Like, what do you do, right? Like who controls the content? Nobody. So the toxic it is, the more shocking it is, the nastiest it is, the more mean it gets, the more views it gets. There's a lot of content that's beautiful. There's a lot of content that's loving. There's a lot of content that's respectful, but people don't want positivity. People don't want positivity, right? There are even on YouTube, there's a bunch of podcasts and a bunch of shows about family, love, wife, husband, children, wumpty wump wump. They don't have views because it's too peaceful. It's too peaceful. That's what he's saying. People in America got so deranged now. People have horrible taste. Food, they have horrible taste. Relationships, they have horrible taste. You know, everything is just so awful, right? So I think like we all have to look at ourselves. If you look at your algorithm and all you get is gender wars, at some point you got to clean your algorithm. Yeah, but that happens because people are ish. But that happens everywhere. Austin is white. His dad left. You know what I mean? It's not just because you're black. There are a bunch of men who leave their families for various reasons. It happens to white people, Asian people, Vietnamese, Chinese, Korean, whatever. It happens to black people, African Americans, African, West Indians, Caribbean, whatever. It happens to European. It happens to all, even Arabs. You have Arabs who walk away. But when all you know is your own community, I can see how you would think, oh, we got the worst kind of man. Because you don't know what happened with the Vietnamese. You don't have Vietnamese friends. You don't know what happens with the Arabs. You don't have people who are Arabs. You don't have friends that are Arabs, right? If you had friends that were Vietnamese, they tell you they're a mess, right? So when all you know is what you know, I can see how you can have this perspective bias. Oh my gosh, like my stuff is just the worst because that's all you know. You start to venture off and talk to different people. You're like, oh, well, damn, I guess my stuff is not that bad, right? Perspective is everything. But when you stay with your own people, you're going to think that what you have is the worst. You know what I'm saying? Like anybody who knows like Vietnamese men, they have a bad temper and they love to smoke. They're crazy, right? But if you don't have lots of Vietnamese friends, you will never have that perspective. Because when you don't know, the grass is always greener on the other side. You always think, oh, they got more money or they seem more happy. And that's what Instagram and social media does to people. It creates FOMO, where you think people are traveling more than you. People have nicer houses than you. People got nicer cars than you. People have better husbands than you. People have better dates than you. People have better bodies. Of course, you don't know these people. You're just consuming highly curated with a bunch of filter type of content. Right? You don't know what they live in. You don't know if they have debt. You don't even know how they got this stuff. You have no idea. You have no idea. And that's why I feel as though for everything in life, you got to have gratitude. You got to have gratitude because just when you think yours is bad, wait until you find out what somebody else got. You got to have gratitude. You got to be grateful. You know, life will never be perfect. People will never be perfect. And it's really sad when you hear stories about people that didn't, you know, live up to their own vows and things like that. It's really sad, but there's always a chance of that happening. But it doesn't mean that you lose hope in your own people. Everybody that's black is not awful. Every black woman is not awful. Every black man is not awful. Every black daughter is not awful. Every black son is not diabolical. That is crazy to me. And I feel like today, too, people have gotten so sinister. People are so cynical. They're so sinister. People just love negativity so much. They believe the worst before they give somebody the benefit of the doubt. Because maybe there's a lack of self-love issue. Because if you don't love yourself, it probably is hard to love other people with their flaws. I don't know where we come off thinking that people have to be perfect. And that's why so many women not getting married. Because they hold on to this goofy ass list of 100,000 qualities a man got to have. Child, please. Okay? That even Jesus had flaws. Even Jesus had a temper. We saw his behind in the temple knocking stuff over. He could have used his words, you know, right? Everybody has flaws. But if you live your life always looking at other people, what they got, other communities and what they got, you will never enjoy what you have. You got to have gratitude in your life. You got to live a life where you're grateful. You could always have more of this, and it's true. But for more of this, you could also have more of something bad. That's what people don't realize. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I want more money. Yeah. And you could also have more stress. You could also have more enemies. You could also have more and more this. You don't know. People think that only, oh, if I ask for good things, all I'm going to get is good things. That's not how life works. If you get 25% something good, maybe it comes with like 5% of something bad. If you get 30% something good, maybe it comes with like 10% something bad. Nothing in this life is going to come with just good stuff. That is not how life works. People got to stop living a fairy tale. And that's what he's saying. People in America consume too much content. Because it's the content that makes people believe in fairy tales. A perfect person with no issue, with no drama. That does not exist. We are humans. Everybody is flawed. What we can pray for is people who have self-awareness. That not that you live a life where you don't make mistakes. Try not to make mistakes. But when you become aware that you've made a mistake, be quick to apologize. That's it. But perfect people do not exist. They don't exist anywhere in the world. They don't exist. Like even me, I'm sure I have my flaws. I'm pretty sure I do too, huh? Nobody's perfect. Yeah, we got to change our mindset. But the problem is we are so into like media, consuming content all the time. Sometimes, like, look at all this luxury stuff because now they're being exposed. Like all these luxury brands are being exposed because they're all being made in China, right? But think about all the people who bought into that. A $5,000 bracelet. For what reason? Like that's such a scam, right? Well, I'm sure he'll come to you, right? But I think a lot of you ladies, you know a lot of good guys already. You're just doing too much. I refuse to believe that. I really do. Like, you're very pretty. I don't believe that you don't know a man that's 30. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think a lot of you ladies, you're scared because you consume so much negativity. You have anxiety. You have like panic attacks. You really have panic attacks because it's just it's too much negativity. Like, you got to balance things out a bit. People only talk about the worst of the worst of the worst because they want views. They just want the views. Like, and what they're doing is kind of evil because it creates psychosis. Like, people become hysterical. People have psychosis. Like, even these racist white people, like, yeah, I dragged them like for the past like 4, 5, 6 lives. It was funny, whatever. But I can also understand like, well, a lot of white people also have hysteria when it comes to black people because they only consume the content. They wait for the media to tell them who black people are instead of getting to know black people for themselves. So part, I feel sorry for you. Another part, not really, because you're big, you're an adult. Go outside and get to know people for yourself. Stop consuming people through the media. You know, that's what the media does. It divides people. It really does divide people. You see one little black boy, you think you know everything about him. Like, are you serious? Like, that's crazy. No, I think there are men everywhere, child. There are black men everywhere. There are people everywhere, child. And you might move if you want. Maybe you move out of you can move out of what's it called? You can move out of St. Louis, right? But nothing is impossible if you have faith, right? But my thing is, if I would ever say anything to any young lady that's single out there, stop looking for perfection. You know what I mean? And stop being afraid. It could happen that somebody is not who they pretend to be, and that's why you gotta take your time to get to know people, right? Take as much time as you can to get to know people. But there are good people out there. There really are. There's like, oh my gosh. Stop. It's excessive. It's too much.
Experience. Now combine that with the real trauma issues that they have from growing up and from the violence and the insecurity of their society where they live. They're not processing any of that. They're not processing anything that they've been through. Instead, there's just escapism, avoidance, isolation, desensitization, you know, and this, you know, escape into false versions of reality, simplified versions of reality, and so on. The Instagram world, the virtual universe of the internet becomes their unnatural, natural habitat.
Yeah.
The average 35-year-old American male has spent roughly 3,000 hours watching pornography.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
That's equivalent to about 5 months of continuous non-stop viewing.
Jesus.
Okay, obviously all of this combined has devastating cognitive impact. Attention spans evaporate. There's a sort of a constant state of partial attention where people are continuously distracted. They're kind of paying attention and kind of not. It erodes their critical thinking skills, their problem solving skills. It deteriorates both their working memory and their long-term memory. It erodes their emotional regulation. It causes anxiety. It causes depression. It causes volatility. It impairs their social skills, their communication skills, their empathy, their ability to even interact with people face to face properly. You know, it programs you with a kind of behavioral addiction, low impulse control, on and on.
Yeah.
Not to mention information over.
And that's what Austin had. And that's what he had. Because I'm like, somebody's sitting under the rain and you acting like this? Nah, you have issues. You really have issues.
Overload, where you're accessing far more information than you could ever process.
True.
And all this just ends up making your whole perspective of the world an incoherent jumble of random bits of data, random theories and opinions, and so on.
Yeah.
And again, remember, all of this cognitive damage is being inflicted on people who most likely are already carrying real life trauma that has never been dealt with from their childhood and from growing up. And okay, if you can afford it, you can go to therapy. Everybody's going to a therapist, right? Well, over 60% of therapists themselves report that they themselves have psychological and emotional disorders.
Wow.
Because of course they do. They come from the same society. You know, they try to rationalize that by calling themselves wounded healers. But very often they wound more than they heal.
True.
Because there's a very significant number of therapy patients who report abuse of one form or another from their therapists. I mean, ideally, you'd be able to talk to your family.
Yeah.
That's what normal people would do. But we've already said that a lot of them, at least 40, 50% of them, come from broken homes. And about 30% of all American adults report that they are estranged from their families, from their parents, or from their siblings. The average close friendship in America doesn't last more than 5 years.
That's sad.
Forget about romantic relationships, dating relationships, that barely makes it to 2 years.
Wow.
Usually it's only a few months.
Wow.
Even most marriages don't last a decade in the United States. You're people who are adrift. It's a society that's adrift. There's no anchor, there's no port, there's no dock, there's no rudder, there's no map, and there's no destination. That's your society. I mean, look, America, the land of opportunity, right? Think about this. The best and greatest country in the world, the best country that ever existed, liberty, freedom, prosperity, on and on and on. But look at you. It's the land of milk and honey, but everyone is always trying to find a side hustle.
Oh, yeah, when he said this, I screamed. He says the land of milk and honey, but everybody's looking for a side hustle. I said, what? This is crazy.
Everyone is endlessly talking about being on their grind.
Wow.
You know, motivational speakers are a $1 billion industry. Life coaches, self-help books. Social media is full of inspirational quotes, so-called, on and on, for supposedly people who are living in the best country in the world. While you look like, to everyone else, you look like you're constantly on the verge of a nervous breakdown. You look like you're barely holding it together. Like you need someone to pump you up just to help you get out of bed in the morning. How great can it really be? You flood social media with that stuff. All that you can do it, you know, the you can do it affirmations, all the you will survive this posts. You're beautiful, you're important, you're special, you're a champion. All of that. You flood social media with that. You flood social media with those things. And everyone in the world sees it. You understand? Everyone in the world sees that. And it looks to them like America is staring in the bathroom mirror trying to pull themselves together to face the day. That's what it looks like. You see what I mean? It looks very sad to people outside. You know, people in countries that don't proclaim to be the greatest and most wonderful nation on earth, well, they don't have to hype themselves up just to do normal things. They don't have to hype themselves up just to function in the world. People in Africa, Asia, the Middle East, Latin America, so-called, they don't need motivational speakers. They don't need life coaches. They don't need inspirational Instagram quotes just to be able to stop crying in the office parking lot and go to work. Honestly, it always looks like it's a toss-up with you, whether you're going to post an inspirational, motivational quote on social media or jump off the roof. You know, to the rest of the world, your society looks like a wreck, looks like an emotional wreck. But you see, that's because the rest of the world did not spend a third of their life glued to a screen.
Yeah.
The average person in the global south has spent a fraction of the time that Americans have spent consuming media. They also have better relationships with their families. They have better friendships. They have better support networks. You know, they have better ways of coping with trauma. They have better ways of coping with difficulty and so on, even though they're not fortunate enough to live in the best country in the world. You know, Bolivia's bathroom isn't framed with, you know, sticky notes telling it what a winner it is and how it's going to crush it today. Indonesia isn't driving to work listening to Tony Robbins on their headphones. Do you know the awkward, embarrassed silence you would get in Mauritania if you tried to give a confidence-boosting pep talk to a bunch of students? I mean, the only people in the global south, the only people in the Muslim world that this would resonate with at all are the people in those countries who are westernized. Isn't that funny? The more westernized you become, the more Americanized you become, the more you need constant affirmations and constant confidence boosting. Because westernization is alienation from normal human approaches to life, even for Westerners. And see, I'm saying all of this to say, this is why I say that all they do is lie. All they can do is lie, without even meaning to lie. They can't be truthful because they are estranged from the truth. They're estranged from reality. They're estranged from the real world. Their cognitive health is damaged. Their cognitive functions, you know, their thinking skills, their concept of reality. And there's always this smoldering, simmering, mental, psychological, and emotional illness that they're constantly trying to suppress and deny. They're barely holding themselves together, wallahi. Like I said, you flood social media with all your insecurity. You flood social media with all your inadequacy, your low self-esteem continuously. All the, you know, forced displays of bliss, all the beauty filters, all the endless cliched personal development advice. Everyone knows that you're not trying to inspire anyone but yourself. Because your life is so vacuous, your life is so purposeless, your life is so mundane compared to the fake version of life that you spent 100,000 hours absorbing since childhood. And you can't bear to compare the reality of your life with that false version of reality. So you barely are able to even walk out the door without medicating yourself in the morning, medicating yourself either with alcohol or narcotics or prescription drugs, or medicating yourself with social media likes for some vapid quote about living your best life. I mean, think about it. Your society came up with this thing. You tell people, fake it until you make it. Fake it. Fake being capable. Fake being qualified. Fake being successful. Fake being happy. You know, fake being beautiful with your beauty filters. Fake being fit. Fake being healthy. Fake being motivated. Fake being strong. Fake being wise. Fake being smart. Fake being informed. This is what you teach your people. This is what you teach your society. Why? Is it because you used to teach them that if you work hard, you can make it, and everyone found out that that was a lie? So now you tell them that the key to success is to be fake? What kind of culture is this? And again, understand that you're broadcasting this pathology all across the internet to the whole world. The whole world sees it. And now everyone knows that you're faking. Everyone knows that you're frauds. See, I'm telling you, it's impossible to get anything even like the truth from these people. Because they themselves are cut off from the truth. It's not their fault. It's not necessarily because they are deliberately lying. They're deliberately dishonest. No, but they are no more capable of telling the truth than I'm capable of speaking Swahili. They can't make any sense even if they want to. The society has paralyzed them. They've been victimized. They've been traumatized. And then they were propagandized. They've been militarized, desensitized, dehumanized, and monetized. And yes, they've been neutralized, and that's a whole lot of lies.
Oh, that's a lot of lies.
You know? So if you're American, I mean, if you're Western generally, but especially if you're American, if you were raised in America, and you went through that 110,000 hours of programming, then you have to understand that in order for you to even start learning about reality, if to even start learning, you have to understand you're not even starting at zero. You're in a hole. You're at less than zero. Because it isn't just that you're ignorant about the world, you have been miseducated about the world. So you have to actually unlearn all of that miseducation. You know, all of those tens of thousands of hours of programming, hundreds of thousands, in fact, because that includes not just your media consumption, but it also includes your schooling, your so-called education too. So you have to unlearn all of that indoctrination. You have to unlearn all of that programming just to get you out of that hole, just to get you up to zero. You understand? So that then maybe you can actually start to learn about the world that you live in. You have to get to zero first. But not only have they got you in a hole, they've got you to where you don't even know how to climb out of the hole. You don't even have those skills, the climbing skills, because they taught you the most dysfunctional approach to knowledge and the most dysfunctional approach to the processing of information imaginable. You know, it's an approach that basically prevents any sort of understanding. And I think it's calculated. See, this is where you have to understand that there's layers of gaslighting that they do.
Yes.
The complexity of their tactics.
White people, layers of gaslighting. Yes, yes, preach.
To mislead you. It's not that straightforward. It's not just that, you know, the gaslighting for them isn't just that they want to make you believe that you're not seeing what you think you're seeing. You know, it's not just trying to tell you that something is other than what it is.
Oh, it's not about race. It's not about race. No, it's about race. It's about race.
And what you can tell it is what you see it is. That's amateur level, you know, telling you it's day when it's actually night. No, they go deeper than that. They'll actually have you doubting your own reasoning. They'll make you doubt not only what you're seeing, but they'll make you doubt the whole mental process that takes place in your mind that explains to you what you're seeing. They're throwing a monkey wrench in the whole machinery of your common sense. Like if it's night, okay, if it's night and they tell you that it's day, then they'll tell you, well, the sun is actually there. It didn't go away. Technically, the sun's light is still shining on the earth after all. So what does night really even mean, actually? You know, night means the absence of the sun, right? And the sun is never actually absent. So really, there's no such thing as night, actually, if you think about it. See what I mean? This is what they do. This is how they play with words. This is how they manipulate and how they abuse normal, logical sense, just so that they can make everything nonsensical. Because when everything is nonsense, then nothing means anything. There is no right or wrong. Nothing has a definition. Nothing has any meaning. Everything is arbitrary. Everything is subjective. Everything is meaningless. And that's how they want it. That's how they want you to operate in the world. I'm telling you, it's intellectual sadism. They're torturing your mind. And they've done it to you your whole life. And then at the end of that, even intelligence and even sense don't have any meaning or value.
Yeah.
Which means that anyone and everyone's opinion has equal validity and equal value, which is the same thing as devaluing knowledge, devaluing truth. Please understand me. And that's free speech, so-called, you know. Free speech, the way they do it, is just a way to completely drown out reasonable, intelligent, informed, and knowledgeable voices. That's how that's why they support.
And this is why we see more of the ratchet behavior than we see intellectual behavior. This is so true, Chad. It's intentional. It's give everybody a phone, let everybody create content, let everybody have a voice. And what happens is people who actually know don't have the views. The crazy have all the views. This is crazy.
Support free speech. Because the truth is, if you want to learn, the only way to learn is to listen. Is to shut your own mouth and listen. There's no other way to do it. Nobody learns by talking. Your own voice never taught you anything. You know, they say talk is cheap. Well, in America, it's free. And they made it free for a reason. And the reason is because they want the noise. They want the noise. They've worked it out so that you can actually censor people even more effectively by letting everyone talk. Now they don't have to silence anyone anymore. They don't have to silence anyone. All you have to do is increase the volume on everyone so that then the voices that you should be listening to can't be heard. Oh, it's brilliant. It's as brilliant as it is diabolical. Now that's the way they can make sure that you never get out of the hole. You see how it works? So my message first is for the Muslims, for our ummah, and for the people in the global south more broadly. The decolonization of your intellect requires that you recognize that non-Muslim Westerners, that Americans, are literally incapable of telling the truth. Even if they want to, they can't do it. You're dealing with the people who are afflicted with debilitating cognitive damage. Debilitating emotional disorders, crippling psychological and mental confusion and dysfunction. They'll treat a yes or no question like it's a multiple choice. They'll treat it like it's an essay question. No, you need to push all of that aside. You need to push all of that off the table. You need to hit the mute button on all of that. And as for Westerners, as for Americans, I'm telling you that you need to recognize what your society has done to you. You need to recognize that no society that cares about you would ever do that to you. And you need to realize that your society requires you to pump yourself up, hype yourself up, intravenously inject a constant flow of affirmations and motivations and constant pressure to fight and to struggle and to hustle and to compete and fake it until you make it. Well, that's not a society that wants you to succeed. That's a society that does not facilitate your success. It's a society that makes success unattainable. And then they try to make you feel like it's your fault that you're not a billionaire.
Mm-hmm.
They want you to feel like it's your fault and that you're a failure because their system is rigged.
Mm-hmm.
They want you to think that it's all your fault, that 10% of that population controls 70% of the wealth.
And that's why they're so bad Carmelo's raising money. Because they know he's not a good attorney. They know. They don't want that for him. Mm-hmm.
And make you think it's your fault that you didn't try hard enough to get into that 10%. As if the 90% of the population are the blameworthy ones and not the inhumanly greedy 10%. Mm-hmm. And you need to realize that your society has wronged you. They've wronged you very badly. You need to realize that you're not safe, you're not healthy, you're not informed, and you're not happy. And they have deprived you of even the ability to ever become any of those things. All you can do, all you are allowed to do, and all that is actually required of you to do is to fake it. No matter how bad it is, no matter how bad it gets, you're expected to just slap on a big white tooth smiling filter and pretend. They want you to perform America. That's your obligation. Forget about your own happiness. You have to perform America for the world. Never mind that whole audience is mortified by this performance, and they've already left the building.
I'm going to close it with this, y'all. They told y'all, okay? So I'm like, this is why Marlene, long ago, I said, you know what? White people in America, they're not capable of telling you the truth, child. You gotta stop expecting that. You really gotta. They're not capable of telling the truth. So let these people go from platform to platform, say what they want to say every single day. More and more is going to come out about this family. More and more stuff is going to come out about this family. More and more stuff is going to come out about this family. There's going to be more and more inconsistencies because they're not telling the truth, though, because they want to save Austin's image, right? But the problem with telling lies is that lies are really hard to keep up with. Lies are really hard to keep up with, right? The father told us today, the boy even knew Jiu-jitsu, so that's crazy. Lies are hard to keep up with, right? So I think Carmelo's going to be just fine. Carmelo's going to be just fine. Self-defense is definitely going to stick. Because the stuff we've seen today, and I took a lot of pictures. The stuff we've seen today, I'm probably going to save all his stuff. If they don't want to delete all the stuff, but I'm going to try to save some of his highlights for how he tackles people in football. Yeah, that boy was strong. The boy was really, really strong. So 2 against 1, 3 against, I don't even know how many people it was. But then again, where were the adults? But ultimately, Carmelo's going to be okay. Carmelo's going to be okay. All the evil they want to see befall Carmelo is going to be their portion before it becomes Carmelo's portion. Because this is really disgusting. All of this happened because somebody sat under a tent. Unbelievable. Another student from another school sat under your tent. All this energy at 9 o'clock in the morning. This is just too much. This is so dysfunctional. And once again, if you're a football player, why are you even at a track meet? Especially when you have all this anger problem. Like, you should just stay home. And maybe also Austin, he's not a morning person. Okay, so if you have lots of anger issues, aggression in you, and you're not a morning person, and you're a big person, and a linebacker, and a jiu-jitsu person, and a whatever person, just stay home. Stay home. This is insanity. This is really, really crazy. So, all right, my peoples, I will see you guys tomorrow. I think tomorrow we'll talk about Carmelo being overcharged, because to me, first degree murder is ridiculous. He's being overcharged. It's excessive. So tomorrow we'll talk about first degree murder and why that's also not going to stick. So if they want to keep up with that, he's definitely going to walk, because that's crazy. He should be he's going to be acquitted. Like, he did nothing wrong. And like I said, also, we don't know if he was holding the knife and then Austin tackled him and then boom, he actually walked into the knife himself, because he could have done that to himself. We don't know. Okay? We really don't know. But don't let your heart grow weary. Don't mind these white folks. That's what they do. The vast majority of them, they hate Black people. So any opportunity they get to say nasty things about Black people, they're going to jump on that. But they're slowly realizing that the broken home, divorced parents, no daddy in the home is given to white kids, okay? So now they're quiet. Then we have the other kid who tried to delete President Trump, who's also white. There's a lot of white kids acting a fool recently. So Don't worry. Don't let your heart go weary. Like, he's going to be okay. He's really going to be okay. All right. So I love you guys, and I will see you in a few hours. All right. Bisous. Let me take care of my hair because I got to finish my hair. All right. Love y'all. Gotta go. Good night. Bisous.